secular places of worship. But today, all that is history. On the economy, you did your best because the BDP, when they are in power, the price of crude oil rose up to $140 per barrel. When you came in, the country witnessed downturn on the price and came as low as $30 per barrel. If it were not you, I didn't know what would have happened in this country. I'm presenting myself today to the nation, to APC, and to our distinguished delegates, because I believe that the current trend of new security challenges, of armed banditry and kidnappings are just new to us. And I believe that with concerted effort by recruiting more security personnel, improvement in their welfare, and making sure that adequate equipment are provided, the security challenge will also be a thing of the past. We have high level poverty. Every leader in this country, in this world, must make sure that nobody, no Nigerian, sleep hungry. I intend to make sure that I come up with robust economic, fiscal, and monetary policies to address the challenges of poverty. And we are going to also make sure that one very important problem of Nigeria, which is ignorance, is addressed by making sure that the education sector is given due attention. Now, every child of Nigeria must be given free and compulsory education up to secondary school level, and we are going to introduce student loans board so that every child from other poor family or rich family can access loan to make sure that he pay for his tuition fees and maintenance to acquire education in this country. I will not bother you too much. I have only 2 minutes. I will ask the delegates to look at every candidate, every aspirant, and make sure they elect somebody who will deliver APC to victory in this country. APC! 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 Thank you very much, and God bless all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Senator Ahmed Sani Yerima. At this juncture, please, any artist that is not performing on the stage at this point should please leave the stage for the time being. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next aspirant to address this august gathering is none other than the Deputy Leader of the Senate, distinguished Senator Robert Ajayi Barofis. I'd like us to welcome him to the podium with a round of applause. Senator Ajayi Barofis.
Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, the First Lady, His Excellency Aisha Buhari, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Chairman of our party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Urakin Kebi, and Sri Kinyanki, the Obateru of the Source. The Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Ministers, Executive Governors, distinguished delegates, and members of our respected party. Today is an auspicious occasion and a determining moment, not only for our party, but for our nation. In 2013, the APC was established as a progressive party with commitment to national unity, to progress, and to the social economic development of our country. Within 8 years of our government, under the able leadership and guidance of our President Muhammad Buhari, the APC has made tremendous progress in all sectors of our economy. Mr. President, I want to acknowledge in the infrastructural sector, completing the rail from Lagos to Ibadan, the rail from Abuja to Kaduna, the completion of the second Niger bridge, and many other infrastructural developments. My decision to come out to run for the highest office in the country is to build on your legacy. The legacy that have been built on integrity and honor. I believe that if we do this, this country will move forward. I am putting my administration on four-point agenda: security, the economy, education, and anti-corruption crusade. These 4-point agenda are drawn from our medium-term national development plan. And I believe that the 8 priorities of this plan, well implemented, will lead this country to higher heights. I am sending myself to Nigerians, to our party, to the delegates. I have never lost any election. I'm serving on 3 terms in the Senate, and I've served on several committees: Navy, Education, Works, Science and Technology, and many others. At the moment, I am the Deputy Senate Leader. I started my adult career as an academician, and I reached the apex of my career as a professor, and even climbing the ladder of administration. I moved on to bureaucracy when I was appointed the Director General of the National Space Research and Development Agency, when I launched 3 of 4 satellites, the first and the only one yet in Black Africa. Therefore, thereafter I moved to Senate, and I served 4 to 3 terms on Senate. In my tenure, I have impacted on my senatorial district, building 5 hospitals, building 5 skill acquisition centers, building roads, establishing some industries like cashew processing unit, and many other industries. I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the capability. It is time for us to bring science and technology into the mainstream of our socio-economic policy, because the difference between the developed country and the developing countries and other countries is the level of their science and technology and application of science and technology to development. I want to assure you, the single delegates, if you vote for me, you'll be voting for honor, you'll be voting for integrity, you'll be voting for transparency and useful purpose in the administration of this country. I want to thank you, and I bless Nigeria. Long live Nigeria, long live our party. APC!
Your Excellencies, we'd like to thank all the aspirants who have come out. We'd like to call the next 4. We'd like to apologize that we need to stick to time. I know that each of you have very rich credentials and you are eminently qualified to lead the country, but you can't say it in 2 minutes. The next 4 would be, first, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade, should please step out to the podium. Would also like to call His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi, the Governor of Ebonyi. Would also like to invite His Excellency Right Honorable Njenje Bankole, the former Speaker of the House of Reps, to also come. And then to make the last four, you have Honorable Emeka Nwajoba to please come to the stage. All four aspirants will be given just 2 minutes to give us a synopsis of what they can do for this country, how they feel passionately about this country. And if we cut you off, please don't take it personal. You can say the bit that you can, and I'm sure the delegates will make the best choice. Please, would like to invite all three, and please make all four of them make way for them to come so that we can take them in the order. I repeat, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade, the Executive Governor of Cross River, will be the first to speak for exactly 2 minutes. And then he'll be followed by the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State, His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi. The third to speak would be Right Honorable Njenje Bankole, who would speak, and then to round up this last four, we have Honorable Emeka Nwajoba. Would also like to urge our very respected aspirants that please kindly stand on all existing protocol. Kindly stand on existing. Your Excellency, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade.
Ben Ayade Abagotelelu.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, great party men and women. My name is Senator Professor Ben Ayade, the Governor of Cross River State. I have come here to share my thoughts. This is a great opportunity for our delegates to make a choice of the future of this country. I present myself as a great intellect with a long-standing background in academics, in the Senate, and now as governor. I understand the challenges of a Cold War economy. I understand the security challenges of this nation with the concept of Afghanistanism, the collapse of Afghanistan, and the ambition of ISWAP and Boko Haram to take over Nigeria, recognizing our vast natural resource. It is obvious clearly that there's also an international connectivity, iconoclastic of some sort, with a conspiratorial theory that the vast wealth of the the concomitants of our challenges. They believe that opportunity has come for them to colonize Nigeria and to drive out Christians and Muslims alike, because they believe that their God-given territory is the West African province. As a country, we must be united by the resolve to address the security challenge of this nation. Therefore, my proposal when I become president of this country, to use a satellite videography, because the use of the contact approach, the physical military approach, is insufficient in a modern warfare. Nigeria at this point, therefore, will require a defense pact of a non-occupation origin, a defense pact to share military intelligence, a defense pact that will allow you opportunity to use unoccupied drone technology for the attack of terrorists. We must realize that I am the governor of Cross River State who refused to sign the anti-grazing law because I thought it was offending the traits of herdsmen. I am one governor who has stood and has united this nation. I am one governor who believes in the fact that this country can only be united if we address the challenges of our security system. The most critical aspect as well is education and agriculture. The modern miasma and decadence have characterized our university system, occasioned by the fair structure due to poor remuneration, and of course, dovetail into a challenge where young people come out of university without the mechanics, without the morality, without the kinetics of good conscience. I come as a professor with a long-standing experience who will bring back education and restore the glory and value and dignity of knowledge. All over the world, the world has migrated into technology and knowledge-driven administration. Nigeria cannot be different. I present myself as a young man who shares the enthusiasm of a youth, but the wisdom of a 60-year. I'm an old head on young shoulders. I have education, I have exposure. I have worked with a system, I'm a system purifier. I believe that this country must show that the black man does not pick from his stomach. If you put your vote and commoditize your vote and put a value to it, you have mortgaged your future. I come believing that the delegates will be worrying about the future of their lives, the future of their children. I present myself as that firebrand, that catalytic power force that will create that opportunity that this country will realize that, yes, indeed, we have young men. In Cross River today, I have the garment factory, a pharmaceutical factory, a rice factory, a cocoa factory, a vegetable oil factory, Kalachika. I have a feed processing mill, and the list is endless. I have done so because I know job creation is at the basis of the peace and unity of this nation. I present myself in the absence of trying to impress you with how much money, but I present myself as somebody who has shown capacity, and I hope to show that capacity at the national level. God bless us all as I charge your conscience to vote for the future of this country and not vote for the pocket of today. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Very illuminating speech. And now I'd like to call on His Excellency Engineer
David Umahi, David Umahi, Governor Ebonyi State.
APC! Your Excellency, and dear President, President Mohamed Buhari, and your dear wife, the mother of the nation. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Vice President Semio Sibanjo, Your Excellency, the President of Senate, Ahmed Lawan, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the FME, the Chairman of our great party APC, and former Governor of Nasarawa State, committee members of APC, my colleagues, the governors, and dear delegates, my dear brothers and sisters. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me first thank you very highly to allow a party-free and fair presidential contest. It is the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I want to thank the party chairman and the committee that organized this beautiful convention. And I want to say that you have done very well. When people were very highly apprehensive about the success of this convention, I told them that APC has what is called a self-cleansing velocity. Today we are here, and let me pledge that whatever is the outcome of this convention, I will abide by it. And let me say that I put myself forward as a man who has proven his indices of all the developmental indices that the country Nigeria needs. I have been able to prove that you can do quite a lot with little resources. I have been able to bring Ebonyi State to compete with other states of the nation, irrespective of the date and time this state was created. I appeal for the delegates that all that the nation Nigeria is looking for, to improve on the great legacies of Mr. President that I possess it. And I ask Nigeria that at a time like this, we should give an opportunity to a proven engineer. I'm a professional engineer, and I have proved it in Ebonyi State. In the area of agriculture, I can say that I am part and parcel of feeding this nation, Nigeria. In the area of health, I can say that I have the best medical facilities in the whole of Nigeria. In the whole area of education, it is quite evident what I have done in the area of education. In security, in the area of national unity, I can say that I have proven the power that I need to put my people, the Southeast people, in the mainstream of the affairs of this country. And that is the reason why I joined APC. I want APC delegates to look towards me and know that they have a young man who has the capacity, who has the ability, who has the wisdom, and who has the divine calling to improve on all that our dear president has done for our country. I urge you to give me your votes. I urge you to look through all the promises we have made. Nigeria in 2023 will not be looking at promises. They are going to be looking at your past performances and what we've been able to achieve. And I have a lot to campaign for APC with. So I thank you very much, and I have great faith in God and in you that we do the right thing and give me your vote. God bless you and God sustain you, and congratulations to all APC members. APC! Thank you.
David Umahi Kuchalo.
Thank you very much.
Onye ọzọ a ga-akpọ ugbu a ga-awụ Njenje Bankole.
The Executive Governor of
David
Thank you. We'd now like to call on a gentleman who was the youngest ever speaker of the House of Representatives of Nigeria at the age of just 37 then. Honorable, His Excellency, Right Honorable Njenje Bankole, who would now come and make his presentation.
Njenje Bankole ka ọ gwa ndị delegates okwu.
Mr. President, General Muhammadu Buhari and his lovely wife, the chairman of our great party, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol.
You are standing on it. You don't stand for the assistance.
Mr. President, about 60 years ago, some of our elders in this country decided to look for fine gentlemen like you all over Nigeria, give them the best training they could have, and handed Nigeria over to them. A few years later, Nigeria went through one of the worst periods of its time, just to show that those fine gentlemen were the best we ever produced. Some of them sacrificed their lives for us to be here today. Mr. President, you are one of those gentlemen. Today you are about to find out who your successor is. And I go by the genre, there is no success without succession. You have done your best over the last 7 years. It's time for someone else to move the nation forward. As an economist, I do have an idea that this is all about economy. Without solving that, we will never solve the security problem. Without solving that, we will never solve the power problem. It's just that we don't have enough time for me to talk about the power probe which I launched when I was speaker. A major problem we have today that you have managed to solve for us is that of Boko Haram in the Northeast. I understand that for the past 20 years of this country, we have left local governments mostly ungoverned. Today, we have a different type of government in some of those ungoverned areas, and they are collecting taxes they're collecting taxes in form of kidnappings and the rest of it. Almost 20% of our budget is spent on local governments. It's about time that we begin to negotiate with our governors to make sure that the institution of local government becomes a serious part of our system. Without that, we cannot solve the problem of primary education and primary health. These are the major problems that we need to face in our country. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria may not be able to understand fully what's happening in different local governments, but he can bring about strong institutions as far as we need them in this country. Well, Mr. President, as a younger person, I proved to this nation, with my colleagues in the National Assembly at that time, at a critical time in our nation, that it's possible for younger people to handle critical situations when we brought about the doctrine of necessity that actually saved the dignity of one of our former presidents and actually allowed our country to move forward. Mr. President, thank you. Again, I say there is no success without succession. As a former military officer myself, I truly hope that our party and delegates will consider the lives of those young men standing in all parts of Nigeria, making sure that Boko Haram and the rest of them do not take us to pieces. Thank you, and God bless all of you. And of course, I would accept a line with anyone that wins tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We said one more thing. APC. You're not shouting. We move to the next four, and we want to appeal to you, please, to stick to the 2 minutes. Our next four aspirants, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, His Excellency Senator Imikulu Amosu, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, and His Excellency Senator Ken Nnamani. Please come to the podium. And while you do that, who is the next performer?
While you make your way to the podium, I'd like to invite Rara to entertain us. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
aka na-eche ka ndị agbagote Akpabio so na ha, Nnamani so na ha.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, wonderful. Anytime, any day. To come with what we should expect for them if they are elected as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The aspirants have been talking to us. I'd like to go on the list. Next is His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Governor of Akwa Ibom State, immediate past Minister Nigerian. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Godswill Akpabio. Ọgbagote bịa gwa ndị delegates okwu ihe mere a ga-eji tụnyere ya.
APC Progress Akpabio Nigeria Buhari Nigeria President Buhari, Mr. President, the First Lady, the Vice President, Senate President, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, the Governors, my colleagues, the presidential aspirants, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear delegates. My name is Godswill Akpabio, Commander of the Order of the Niger. I am standing in front of you as one of those with great aspirations to become President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But however, I do not know the year. As a student of history, I want to let you know that the All Progressives Congress came to birth through very strong alliance between the then ACN in the southwest and the CPC in the north. Today I want to thank the progressive governors of northern Nigeria, my dear colleagues having been a governor for 8 years, for their decision to ensure peace, stability, and unity of the country, that in 2023, the presidency of this country should go to the southern region of Nigeria. It is on that note that I do not want to speak much. But I want to say that the decision is laudable. Mr. President, I'm going to make a statement. I hope my supporters are listening. I hope my delegates are listening. The statement I want to make is that for 2023, I want to join you to go with a president that has vision. Helen Keller, the first blind child to have first class in Radcliffe University, after she delivered the lecture on the convocation day, a mischievous pressman asked her a question and said, "My dear, congratulations, but what do you think could be worse than being blind?" And the child answered, "To have sight and no vision." To have sight and no vision. Today, I urge all our delegates to look at all of us and bring out the man amongst us that does not only have sight, but also has vision. It was that sight that enabled me, it was that vision that enabled me to turn around a pedestrian state, like Akwa Ibom said, into a destination of choice for all Nigerians and the global community. And that is what they came to know as uncommon transformation. So I am ably qualified to be your president. I'm standing in front of you. I would have run this race on the basis of my track record. But I've been taking cognizance of the history of the APC and the efforts of the governors to bring peace in a fragile situation like this. That yes, we are looking at some. But I have seen a man who is older than me and who was the first visionary in governance. And that man enabled us to have good governance in Lagos State and also to have the development we have in Lagos State today. So, Mr. President, I would have delivered a very powerful speech today on my manifesto, which included 3 major items: that of security, that of unity of the country, that of the economy of the country, which involves infrastructure. And I was the man who is known as the governor that turned boys into men. I would have said, yes, indeed, I would have done so. But I don't have to do so by being president. I will join the next president. I will join the next president to turn the boys in Nigeria into men. And therefore, I love my heart, and I assure that as I withdraw now, vote for Asiwaju Tinubu.
Senator Godwin Akpabio asịna na ọ ga-akwadozi Bola Ahmed Tinubu na ịzọ ọkwa ọchịchị na ya nwa achọ ọzụzụ. Ọ na-agwakwa ndị delegeti na-akwado ya ka ha kwado Bola Tinubu.
And we will support him. I will be there supporting him. And also vote for Ahmed Bola Tinubu as your next president. Thank you, and God bless you.
Onye kwuchara okwu ugbu a bụ Godwin Akpabio. O ji ohere agwa ndị delegates na ha tụnyere Tinubu na yanwa na-ewepụ nkwado, na yanwa ga-akwadozi Tinubu, na yanwa na-achọ ọzụzụ ọzọ kama ka ha kwado Tinubu.
His Excellency Senator Ibikule Amosu, who will speak to us now. I most welcome, Your Excellency.
Now, I'm happy to come back. Onye ọzọ na-ekwu okwu ugbu a bụ Ibikule Amosu.
Please let me now rest on all the established protocols. Distinguished delegates, I'm here tonight. My name is Senator Ibikule Amosu. I am from Ogun State. I'm here tonight to let you know that I did not just present myself to be president of this country. I present myself because I know I have the wherewithal. I have the both private and public sector experience to govern this great nation, Nigeria. And these I've done painstakingly on 2 platforms. And that is one, security, the other one, economy. Of course, there are 6 sub-teams. Our security in Nigeria, we have challenges, but I know there is no problem that is insurmountable. I know that we can resolve these security challenges. We all know what was happening in the Northeast. And now in Northeast, Boko Haram is seizing. All the banditry that we are having in Northwest and other in North Central, and what has just happened in Southwest, in Ondo State, we do not want things like that. This is not the Nigerians of our dream. This is not what our forebears planned Nigeria to be. And if you look at where we are today, we can improve on our economy. Our economy will be such that our younger ones, look at the millions of people that are aged between maybe 20, 25 to 35. They are about 60-70% of our population. These are able-bodied men and women that wake up every day, they don't have anything doing. We must create employment for them. We must create jobs for them.
we must create wealth for them. A nation that do not cater for its younger ones who have security challenges. So those are one of those things that I plan to do. Look at our education. Our education when we were growing up was never like this. We were not running to London, to Europe, to America to read. We read in this Nigeria. All our children now, once you can afford it, you run away from Nigeria to go and educate them. That must stop. In this Nigeria of today, look at our power. We want to do something that within the first, maybe maximum 1 year, we are going to lift our power generation from mega 6,000 to about 15,000, and maybe within the next 2 years to 30,000. And in just generation, we must, as we are generating, we must transmit, and as we are transmitting, we must distribute. Look at Nigeria. Look at our health sector. We are lucky. God was on our side when COVID struck. That Nigeria will survive it, that will not be picking dead bodies on our streets, is to the glory of God Almighty. But we can't do better. This is Nigeria. This is the giant of Africa. This is the giant of the black race. We must do better. Look at our infrastructure. And let me commend President Muhammadu Buhari. This administration has done very, very well on infrastructure. And unfortunately, the insecurity that we have is overshadowing this beautiful work that this administration is doing. We will concentrate on our infrastructure in a scenario where from Lagos to Abuja, it will take you several hours to do. Thank God now with the railways that is happening, but we will improve on that. Again, from Damaturu to Enugu to Owode to everywhere in Nigeria, we must be able to move from one place to another. We must be able to move freely. Growing up as a child, growing up in secondary school, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter whether you are a Christian or a Muslim. We are one Nigeria, and that is what it will be. We are going to go on massive nation building. Genuine one at that, we must do. Look at our agriculture. Agriculture that will lead us to food security. A nation that can't feed itself is no nation. And we have to thank President Muhammadu Buhari for coming up with the cliche that we must eat what we grow and we must grow what we eat. There's a lot that can be said. Look at our infrastructure. I've talked about that. Look at our infrastructure. I've talked about that. Look at agriculture. I've talked about that. Look at technology. We should not be left behind. We should participate. If we are left behind, if we don't participate, we'll be left behind. Nigeria should be a technology-driven nation. Now let me end this address by saying that our greatest gift, our greatest resource in Nigeria is the human capital. If with all these our younger ones, with all what Almighty has done for us, there is no reason for us as a nation to be where we are. Yes, we are on the right path, but we are not where we should be. But with concentrated effort, with concerted effort, we will get to where we are going. I can go on and on and on and on. But having said all this, let me now say this. First, I want to thank my brother that just spoke. Now, in the spirit of consensus building, in the spirit of the supremacy of our party, and most importantly, to hearken to the call of Mr. President and our people back home. For me, there's nowhere that is not home. But in where we find ourselves as a nation today, we must talk to ourselves. Yes, these are hard facts. For me, I don't care who Mr. A, where Mr. B comes from, but where we find ourselves today, of course, the presidency must go to the south. I want to thank my brother governors from the north. Thank you for your patriotism. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. That is the way it should be. I want to urge all my supporters. I want to urge all of you that believe in me that we have somebody that can do the job. We will all rally around him to do the job. And it's no stranger to me. We have been together for quite some time. And that is Asiwaju Bola. So I believe with your support, with all of us coming together to support me, Nigeria,
Bola Tinubu, Ghana and otu ya osi ha niile ga-akwado Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay, another of our leaders has stepped out again for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Jagaban Babu. APC! We're going to move on now as we call again on one of our brightest and the best. The governor of the state, our brother, our leader, Governor
onye ọzọ a na-akpọ bụ onye bụ gọvanọ Ekiti steeti Fayemi.
Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, DC, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Chairman of our great party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, most distinguished Senate President and Mr. Speaker, my brother governors who are here, distinguished leaders of our party, distinguished delegates. Our gathering here today in the city of Abuja represents an important milestone in the history of our great party, one of our beloved country's democratic advancements. Coming together from the four corners of Nigeria, we are once again demonstrating to Nigerians and the world at large that we're the true bearers of the hopes and aspirations of Nigerians for national unity and progress. Today, Mr. President, Nigerians at home and abroad are watching as we make an all-important decision about who will be the standard bearer of our party for the 2023 presidential election, to build on your numerous legacies of achievement and also address the current challenges that we have. I have been honored, Mr. President, and privileged to serve our party and our country in various leadership positions. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, you will recall that on December 10, 2014, I was in this very historic position that my brother, the governor of Imo State, is today as the chairman of the Special Convention and Presidential Primary at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos, in which you emerged as the candidate of our party for the 2015 election. An election that you went on to win.
Adjust your camera.
And one that you did with a historic mandate to replace a sitting government. 7 odd years after that, you have made significant progress as our leader in tackling our challenges. And I think the most critical challenge that you have tackled is to ensure that our country has not disappeared into the abyss.
Why do you always adjust your camera? You want to say we are short. You don't continue for me every show. Don't adjust your camera.
We promise to not have the country called Nigeria again today. For that, we owe you a debt of gratitude. But the job of governing is never finished, Mr. President. You have come.
Don't pursue me from back. Anywhere where I don't go to follow me. When you adjust, I don't adjust again. From here, I don't move. Why you follow me? How that place go? Shift your camera, I beg. I don't adjust how many times for that.
Elected your successor in office. That is the process we're starting here today. And for those of us who have had the privilege of traversing the length and breadth of this country, because of the opportunities we have had
in serving in government and as a citizen for many years. We know that it is only in unity and in cohesion that we can really meet our manifest destiny. That destiny that Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa spoke of in 1960, of being a pride to ourselves and a great hope to the African world. We have a duty, indeed a responsibility, to build on the labor of our heroes back, to ensure that we focus on security, that we focus on our economy, that we focus on our social security, and that we focus on addressing poverty, addressing inequality, addressing corruption, addressing impunity in order to build a better society. We must focus on empowering our women, on providing jobs, particularly for our youth, and in ensuring that we retool our armed forces and security services in order for them to do a better job of securing our country. Mr. President, this is the task before us today, and it is the task we are asking our delegates to decide on. And I must thank my brother governors for the work that they've been doing at the various subnational levels. We must continue to do that work. And our brothers from the Northern Governors Forum of APC have led by example by proposing to party members that the next candidate of our party and by God's grace the next president of our country must come from the southern part of this country. And I have come to a difficult but necessary decision. And that decision is that we must look for the most appropriate person at this time to do this job. I am prepared to sacrifice my ambitions to be the president of Nigeria. I am a young man. I still have a long time ahead of me. And one person that I have worked with in the trenches of democratic struggle and in the cause of governing Nigeria, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, a mentor, an elder, a supporter of mine, and a great fighter for democracy in Nigeria. And I would love to recommend to all my supporters, all my delegates, starting from the 48 delegates in APC state, to all my supporters across the length and breadth of the country, if I would please accord me the respect to offer the support you are giving me to my elder brother, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Onye ka alọtụkwele Bola Tinubu, ọ sị na ọ gara ịtụ nye Bola Tinubu nkwado na ndị na-akwadokwa ya nye nkwado ha were ya nye Bola Tinubu. Ọ ihe ọ na-ekwu ugbu a, ọ sị na ya nwa ga-azọsịkwa na ya nwa na-arịtu na ya na-akwado ya na ndị na-akwado ya ga-akwado Bola Tinubu. Nke a dịrị m ugbu a.
Thank you very much. Another aspirant has stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said he's young. He's not only young, but he's also handsome. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Governor Kayode Fayemi of the APC state. Thank you very much. Now we have Senator Ken Nnamani, who has actually withdrawn from the race, but will also speak to us on why.
Ken Nnamani,
Senator Ken Nnamani has withdrawn, but he
ọ na-agbagote ikwu okwu ugbu a ịma na o zipụtara gboo o kwuru si na ọ ga-esozi azọ mana ugbu a ọ ga-agwa ndị delegates okwu nke nọ na mmanụ ebubu Senate President nke Nigeria.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the Chairman of a great party of Progressive Congress, our governors here present, members of National Working Committee of APC, distinguished delegates, let me stand on the existing protocol. APC stands on three tripods: justice, peace, and unity. The theme of my short presentation will lie on justice. Justice does not mean that you must win your case. What justice implies is an equal opportunity of winning or even losing. On March 26th, we gathered here for another convention. On that March 26th, all the offices which you are contested for were based on the zoning principle. Zoning principle is synonymous with federal character in the Nigerian Constitution. It helps to give all the sections of Nigeria equal opportunity. All the offices held in northern part of the country were transferred to the south, and all the offices held in the south were moved up north. Today's convention suddenly had changed. It's no longer based on the zoning principle. I will suggest very strongly that we will take a second look at the Nigerian Constitution, the area that concerns the federal character, which gives all parts of Nigeria equal opportunity to feel that that part is an integral part of the country. There is no section in Nigeria that has monopoly of knowledge or monopoly of experts. I think that the federal character plays a role in building the other arm of our party, which we call unity. I will recommend very strongly that we take a very close look at what is about to happen. If we jettison zoning, we may not have the effect right now. Because if we throw everything open, it implies removing the federal character from our constitution, and it will not be nice. So the same spirit with which our northern governors have shown by saying that it is nice after having 8 years of governance in the north that it should move southwards. I commend the effort and their spirit of unity and spirit of purpose and unity of action. Now, our brothers in the south, because there are 3 zones in the south: southeast and southwest and south-south. They should reciprocate. They should reciprocate the same sense of brotherliness which the north has shown to the south. I say this because I already implied that there's no section in our country that has a monopoly of experts. If we look deep enough, we'll find people who can give our country strong leadership in all the zones. So while I commend the party, but let the party not abandon what they started. the party should maintain that justice, peace, and unity. Justice in the sense that let us rotate or zone offices as we did on March 26th. I don't see why we should do anything different this time around. Our abiding principle or legacy, no person, no other party can match APC. I thank you for your defense.
Kanu na male kuchalo ko onye na-abịa asị ọzọ ugbu a bụ
APC Nigeria.
Ọkwụgbọ okwu bifọ mana ọ dịka onye ọkwa ọdụbọ chọrọ
As we say in Yoruba, sorry if you not fair dagba.
Njenje Bankole Aslan Oge Sozi na ọchọ ka ndị otu akwado Tinubu Bola Ahmed Tinubu na ya nwa ga-esozi azụ ka ndị otu akwado
APC Nigeria.
First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol as I then invite the next set of 4 aspirants that will be addressing this august gathering. I'd like to invite Your Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Abubakar, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, to please make your way to the podium. I also want to invite Your Excellency Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, former Governor and immediate past Minister of Science, Technology and Digital Economy, to please make your way to the podium. We also want to invite Pastor Tunde Bakari of Latter Rain Ministries International. And the 4th person is Your Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibike Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and immediate past Minister of Transportation. Can the 4 of you please make your way to the podium for your speeches as aspirants? Let's have some live music from the DJ just as to make their way to the podium. Your Excellency, bring it down a bit. For emphasis sake, Your Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Abubakar, the Governor of Jigawa State, Your Excellency Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, former Minister of Science, Technology and Digital Economy, Pastor Tunde Bakari of Latter Rain Ministries International, and Your Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibike Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and immediate past Minister of Transportation. Can the 4 of you please make your way here? Thank you very much. Already, without much ado, His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Abubakar, the Jigawa State Governor, is here, and I therefore invite you to the podium for your speech. Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency,
President,
Excellency, our mother, Lady, the Vice President, the Senate President, and the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, in 2018, I chaired the convention that brought about the leaders of the party. In that convention at that time, I pleaded for national unity. I pleaded for consensus that will help us stabilize our party. And for all these years,
I'm an advocate of consensus. And just a few weeks ago, I also chaired the election committee of our great party that brought about the executive of the party at the national level and at the zone. During that convention, I also begged for consensus. We had 78 positions to contest for, and at the end, the contestants agreed in most cases to a consensus. We were only able to do election in 12 positions out of the 78. In that spirit, and in the spirit of brotherhood, brought about by the decision of my colleagues, the northern governors, that power was shipped to the south. I accepted that position then, and I stand by it now. For that reason, I wish to thank all the delegates here, all my supporters, for the wonderful job they have done throughout our campaign. And to tell them that we
It's like this on tumbling. Everything is not funny. They will play me fun. I play like this. My neighbor press one. He goes the fun.
APC, Nigeria, from top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom.
It's like this on tumbling. Everything is not funny. They will play me fun. I play like this. My neighbor press one. He goes the
Nigeria needs you. The youth want you. Wealth manager. Obi Kerenke. Obi is a man.
A great nationalist. The man to detribalize Nigeria. That man that will fix Nigeria. A humble personality. He's a great economist. The poor needs your intervention. Calm and end insecurity. A new Nigeria is possible with Obi. The man will fix Nigeria is
Obi is a man.
Wonderful job they have done throughout our campaign. And to tell them that we are clear.
Obi bụ ọgaranya nwafọ Igbo Nigeria. Ọ bụ onye ga-achịkọlọta obodo anyị n'udo. Ịmakwa na Obi ga-ebute ọganihu n'obodo anyị ga-eme ka ndị mmadụ na-ebi ọfụma ka Chukwu si wee chọọ ya. Ndị obodo Nigeria bịanụ ka anyị kwado Peter Obi n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị Nigeria.
Obi is a man. Obi.
yan uwana maza da mata, na kawo muku gaisuwa daga Majalisar Dinkin Duniya. Peter Obi shine mutumin da Najeriya ke bukata. Peter Obi shine mutumin mai kirki. Peter Obi mutumin ne mai hankali. Kowa ya tashi mu zabi Peter Obi domin cin gaban kasanmu.
Obi is a man,
gbogbo ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Peter Obi èèyàn ńlá tó ní ìpínlẹ̀ lọ́kàn. Peter Obi kó gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀kan. Peter Obi ni yóò tún ìpínlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ṣe o. Peter Obi yóò kó owó àti ọrọ̀ wọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Onírẹ̀lẹ̀ àti ajá fún ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọlúàbí. Peter Obi ìwọ la fẹ́ o, wá bá wa fòpin sí rògbòdìyàn ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ìwọ ló lè ṣe o.
Interim to offer free education to all Nigerians and make it compulsory at the primary and secondary levels, because we have seen that the difference between developed and underdeveloped countries are essentially nations that have ignorant people as their citizens. But this education that we are talking about will be different from what we have now. This education will now be influenced by science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I believe that one day Nigeria should be ranked in the stature of countries like the United States of America and China. That is why I decided to run for president, and also to make sure that we build a nation in which every Nigerian will be very happy to be a citizen. To achieve this goal, we will ensure that we allocate a minimum of 2% of the gross domestic product of our economy, to science, technology, and innovation within 2 years. We are doing less than 0.5% today, and we'll be creating a 1 trillion naira fund for job creation, because we need to create jobs for Nigerian youth. They need to be kept busy so that we can solve the problems we have with security, with all the problems that we have, whether in health, whether in education, whether in industry. All this can be solved if we apply this directly, in our development. I also want us to establish a ministry of national unity and values that will bring back the values that make this country very great. That ministry will ensure that we'll bring in discipline into our country, because once we discipline a society, we will now have progress and so on. There is some appeal that I want to make to the leadership of our party. Everybody in the leadership of this party know the role I played in bringing APC into being. Intellectual preparation for it, initial bringing them together, nurturing them, and so on. And even up to the point that I paid for the money that we use to register APC. I will like to say that the motto of APC is justice. You have peace and you have unity. And we must uphold that motto, because wherever you have justice, you will have peace. And the way you have peace, you will have prosperity. And I say this because I believe very strongly that Mr. President, who has done so well, we know his achievements. Many people don't even know it. Like those of us who serve under him, we know it. And we are proud of you, Mr. President. But Mr. President,
what is very, very important, exceptionally important, is that we must ensure that this justice is upheld. Now, Mr. President will be completing his tenure by 29th of May next year. I think, naturally, it should be somebody from the southeast. I'm not saying this because I'm from the southeast. Somebody from the southeast that will now replace him. And that will give the opposite of South, North, and Christian versus Muslim. And it will bring stability to our nation. It will strengthen the unity of Nigeria. And I believe that this should have been done. And I personally, 23 years ago, I made a personal sacrifice when there were 3 parties, and I held the presidential ticket of one of the 3. But I had to let it go in order to solve the problem in the Southwest, to make sure that 2 Olus contested for the presidency, and head of 10, one will become a president. And that brought down tension in the country. And this is what would have happened if we allow the Southeast to, which is, look at it. The Southwest has 8 years as president, 8 years as vice president. The South, they have 8 years vice president and president. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? We need to do what is right. We God bless Nigeria. We God bless our
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Dr. Bonner, moving on very quickly, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Pastor Njenje Bakare, Nigerian Assembly International. Pastor Njenje Bakare.
Am I PDP? Like APC. Look at the plans. Look at the plans. When they handed over to Buhari, I was here. I was the House of Assembly in the States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the well-established wherever you may be now. I ask you to maintain a silence, whether you're standing or sitting, for a moment, for the victims of cold-blood murder across the land of our nation, and especially the gruesome murder last Sunday at the Catholic Church in Ondo State. May we please remain silent in honor of this holy day. May their souls rest in peace. God forbid that we lead without being compassionate and being sensitive to the pain of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear delegates, history is lived forward and it is written in retrospect. And those who do not learn from history will only repeat the blunders until they become history. Thank God that I have a living witness in this arena tonight. 11 years ago, on January 15, 2011, I received a call from the then General Muhammadu Buhari retired, inviting me to be his running mate
the 2011 presidential elections on the platform of the Congress for Progressive Change, APC, one of the predecessors of our great party, the All Progressive Congress. In convincing me to accept his invitation, despite my initial hesitation, our leader, now President Muhammadu Buhari, said to me that he chose me because, having examined my records and trajectory, he was convinced that the leader he could confidently handle Nigeria to my care, assure that I will hold the nation together. Mr. President, dear delegates, the time is now and the hour has come. Tonight, I'm not here to stand down for anyone. I respect all aspirants and I've said wonderful things about them, including Ashwatu Bola Tinubu. But I am here by the grace of God to stand up with the support of the delegates and the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dear delegates, as we converge in our nation's capital to collectively take a historic step towards the election of the nation, I recall again with tragic feelings the very day APC was born in this same square of February 16th. It was my privilege to move the motions for the merger above APC. I'm going to nurture this party to ensure that it becomes strong, to ensure that it becomes great. Today, I'm offering myself to close the distance between Nigerian reality and every Nigerian dream. By God's grace, unlock the power of public policy to accelerate the transformation of our nation. Infuse our young people with a sort of hope that is possible. I will lead the most intergenerational administration in our nation. I will roll my sleeves up and work to solve Nigeria's intractable problem in order to build a cutting-edge nation on the forefront of innovation. By the grace of God, the four pillars of all which I will run the administration of peace. Without peace, there cannot be progress. Peace, progress, prosperity, and possibility. And someone will be asking me today, what is your experience in governance? Experienced people are present to be here. Many of the experienced people have started budgets and introduced corruption to the system. It is time many of these presidents and the chairman of the EFCC by the grace of the living of the experience. Achilles is a man who does right in the first time without pressure. I praise God for General Buhari, President, and everyone in leadership today that to take our nation forward. We need more than experience, we need genius. Listen to me. Many have gone left, right, visiting the delegates, inducing some of them with money, but we sat and we respond the delegates without showing anywhere. My Bob excellence and Robert, because we want a cutting-edge nation that will be in the forefront of science and technology that will move our nation far away from relying just on to infuse this energy. This is why I'm here. I'm stepping up by the grace of God and by your support to be the 16th president of Nigeria. My name is Njenje Media TV. Vote for me and vote for the future of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor today. We're moving on now the meantime, sometimes go on. Minister of Transportation.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the dear lovely one. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the dear lovely one. The President of the Senate, and the dear lovely wife. The Right Honorable the Speaker of the Legislature. Excellency, the Governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not forget to recognize our Excellency, my name is Njenje Media.
Are our children safe when they go to school? Are our parents safe when we leave them at home? Is the naira in your bank account of greater value today than it was 4 years ago? The government has failed to do its principal duty of protecting life or property of all beings inside its territory in Nigeria. And what happened, as I said, in Ekiti and Oshun, the number of military, police, other law enforcement agencies deployed to rig elections in favor of the ruling party. If those were effectively used in the Northeast, the end of the insurgency could have been met.
Now you have
and what I'm saying, the bottom line is that the government is not serious about curbing the insurgency in the Northeast.
After that, Your Excellency, I became the governor of Rivers State. And I served for 2 terms. Your Excellency, after serving for 2 terms, in the course of my service to my colleagues as Speaker, as Governor, I was elected the Chairman of Governors Forum twice. Your Excellency, by your grace and the grace of God, you appointed me the Minister for Transportation. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, you appointed me the Director General of your campaign. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, the first Nigerian in the history book of Nigeria to have, in conjunction with others, not alone, led a campaign that removed the sitting government to bring in the opposition. Everybody in the party will attest to the fact that I, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, worked very hard, sleepless nights, to ensure with others that Nigerians elected our dear president. Your Excellency, while serving as the governor of Rivers State, I got River State government to build between 300 to 500 primary schools. And I made sure that the children of the poor, anybody who attended our primary school, we paid school fees for them. Education was free. Your Excellency, we built about 150 health centers, for which every patient was treated free of charge. When we say free of charge, the River State government paid for all patients at the end of the month. Your Excellency, the River State government employed 400 new doctors. By the time I was leaving government, we had 600 doctors. We bought 600 cars for the 600 doctors as a way of retaining their services in River State. And then we discovered that the only way to stop insecurity is to build an alternative economy to crime. The crime economy was such a huge economy when I became the governor of River State. We built 500 roads, we built 300 to 500 health centers, primary schools, we built 150 health centers, we built power. And we employed people. We invested in agriculture. We had a Songhai farm. And by the time we were leaving government, crime had reduced. Insecurity had reduced. Kidnapping had reduced. My expectation, sir, is that all those who have come here to speak should have told Nigerians what they have done in their states. Judge me by my work. Your Excellency, when I became the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, railway was moribund. Today, there is railway from Itape to Warri. Today, there is railway from Lagos to Ibadan. Today, there is railway from Abuja to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Kano to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. Your Excellency, your government is the first government that will build the first deep sea port in Nigeria, and it is located at Lekki. It was started by this government, and it will be concluded in September. So please, delegates, assess us by our contributions. Don't assess us by how much we bring here. Because if it's by how much we bring here, ask all of us, what is our source of revenue? What is our source of income? How did we get this money? The problem of the Nigerian state is all of us. Nigerian politicians will come here and talk to you and bring out money. 4 years after, they will repeat the same thing and we'll believe them. Don't vote for me if I lie to you. Don't vote for me if I have not performed. But I have performed. I have. And I have decided with my wife and children, with my friends and relations, that there is a need to move forward, to come forward to provide service to the country, to ask Nigerians to hire me and to fire me if I can't deliver. He said 10 minutes more. Thank you very much. If you vote for me, I shall do the following. The first thing is that you need to create an economy that will create employment. Ask all politicians who are telling you they will create employment to tell you how. These delegates must use that word, how will you do this? The Nigerian economy moved from agrarian economy to service economy. I shall bring it back to agrarian economy, to industrialization and production. If we don't produce, crime will continue. Well, it is production that creates jobs. We will grow farm, we will grow cocoa, we will grow banana, we will grow cotton. We will add value to it. It is a value addition that creates jobs. We will rebuild our universities to become a place of learning. And the first policy, when you elect me, there will be rule of law and order. Anybody who commits crime will be punished for committing crime. People will not be let off the hook because you're important. Your lives are important. Trust me. Do what? Trust me. There are very few of who are honest. May God bless you as you go out there, challenged by God, challenged by your conscience, and put your money in your pocket and vote for Chibike Rotimi Amechi. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, the Lion of the Niger Delta. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I call for his own remark. The next aspirant, His Excellency, the former governor of Imo State, Senator Owele Anayo Rochas Okorocha. Put your hands together for him.
DJ Spinall, top boy.
Olalaje ni Asake.
I'm a logo, when it's so cool, Coco is your real Talioko, and well, you tell the Moko, Maiko, up on the thing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. My paper, my paper. I'm here to sing a new song. I'm not here to sing an old song. If we keep doing this politics the same old way, we shall be getting the same old result. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my President, Madam President, Vice President, leaders of our nation, leaders of our party. First, let me start by thanking God Almighty that I'm here with you today. Because if this convention has taken place when it was scheduled to take place on the 30th, I wouldn't have been here with you because I was somewhere in detention. But thank God Almighty that God in His infinite mercy saw us postpone this convention. Hence I'm here, and I'm here to address you. I'm not privileged to be one of those who made the list of preferred candidates of this convention. Neither do I enjoy the blessings of the mighty and high in our society. In fact, I'm the bestest of them all. I'm an ordinary Nigerian who depends on the people to be elected and for the people as my strength and for the people to serve. The people are my strength in this case. I'd like to remind all of us again that power is a trust which can only be justified when used for the benefit of the common man. You must hear me and hear me out again. This nation this time must get it right. I want to say to you, my delegates, especially those of you in partnership, the hour has come, the die is cast. You must search your conscience. If possible, make phone calls back to your family and ask them, what must I do with the vote that I have? Lest you go back again, wallowing in hunger and poverty, which have left you in perpetual suffering. I hate injustice and I hate poverty. I have covenant with God Almighty that when He blesses me, I shall bless others. And when He gives me, I must share with those who do not have. Because of my own, I can do nothing. But I can do all things through God who giveth me strength. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my insistence in politics, after my traverse in politics, having formed this party, the APC, I have every reason to quit politics. But when I remember the poor, the widows, the sick, the needy, our nation bleeding, when I remember the insurgents, then I have reason to come back. I'm here to serve you. I've run for this presidency the third time, and I lack nothing. And I'm not in this presidency for primitive accumulation of wealth. I'm not here to buy cars or buy aircraft. I'm not here for anything. I'm here for one thing: to save the lives of the numerous poor Nigerians while uniting this nation. Nigeria must hear me out. Today, my dear delegates, destiny has bestowed on you the onerous responsibility to decide for us who shall fly the flag of our party. You must never do that with sentiments. Let me tell you, all this dramatic political jingoism which is going on here does not address the matter before us. I don't want anyone to step down for me. If you can step down the sufferings of the masses of Nigeria. I'm qualified in the three arms of government. I'm a lawyer with master's degree. I have experience in judiciary. I'm a former governor of Imo State 2 times. I have experience in the executive. And I'm a sitting senator. I have experience in the legislature. I have this experience in all aspects of our nation. So to you, my delegates, thank God that this power today is not in the hand of the high and mighty. It's in your hand. I don't know what they may have told you. I don't know what they must have said to you. You must think twice before you cast this vote. Because when you go back, while in poverty and anger and hunger, no one is there with you. I'm your best partner. I hear every aspirant here saying, I will, I will, I will. I don't say I will, I say I have done it. Listen, let me be boastful for the first time. I'm the commander of free education who saw children not going to school, provided school for them. I don't want in Nigeria who started to kuna. Atopia nana na so who sent here war ba ku de when master you when they are pirochas. Na so ku musu tambe that kuna. Duk mesuniman takra shugaban kasan nan. Wallahi billahi lazi. Basu se masalan arewa ba, basu se nderijan arewa ba. Ni rochas danji kan sokoto na se masalan arewa. Kutambe suguna. Kuma sutambe daya. Me kuntaba yime arewa. Yenzu watu anzo siasa seku tasha sekuna haukwena. Ache abaku Korea. Kuime de Korean. Bakuse mutunda ba se yenzu. Yodara che kakuyada. Omunemdi bom. Afomuru Rosas. Uka akbara akba isi keje kwaya. Onye mara asu ya so n'ikwe. Onye gama kwa asu ya so n'ala. I speak again. Let me tell you, those that are aspiring, everybody in this case, let me tell you why I'm a better candidate. I hear people talk about track record. Believe me, let me say this. And don't tell anybody anywhere. The truth is, everyone contesting this election today
It's government that made them. None of them made wealth before government. So if they give you money, it's government money. But Rochas was Rochas before politics. I have the business acumen to create wealth, and I can create wealth. My paper, my paper. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the former governor of Imo State. Okay, thank you. I bring up the next speaker, the next aspirant. Thank you. Thank you. I bring up the next aspirant, Dr. Nicholas Felix, please.
Great Nigeria youth, greatest of the greatest Nigeria youth. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, and all protocol duly observed. My name is Dr. Nicholas Felix. I am the youngest presidential aspirant. I am 14 years old. First of all, let me thank the President for signing the Not Too Young to Run Law bill, which gave me the opportunity in 2008, when I was just 37 years old, to run for president. When I came out, everybody said, nobody knows you, you won't win. Everybody said, don't attempt it. But I went ahead, and I came third in the general election. When nobody thought it would happen, it was then I knew that dreams can still come to pass in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a nobody can still become somebody in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a retired civil servant whose pension is just 9,000 naira a month can still become somebody in Nigeria. With that effort, I decided to come the second time under this great platform, the All Progressive Congress. I have traveled to several states. I have met youth. I have spoken to youth. I discovered we have been marginalized. The only title they know how to give us as youth is to be SSA running around without offices. When the bill came, when the fee for the nomination form came, like every other person, I was going to be discouraged. But I refused to be discouraged. I said I must stand to represent the youth. After a while, going through the record, like the sons of Issachar, I understand the time that we are in. I understand that we must put personal interests aside. I understand we must think about the people who are dying every day. We must think about those who have just been killed. I understand that we must think about the youth. After careful consideration, I looked at it. If you look at it very carefully, we have the North, we have the South. And I thank God for all our northern governors, for what you guys did. I throw a salute for you all. For allowing power to go to the South, I throw a salute. But I must say, apart from the North and the South, Nigerians are divided into two religions. We have East Muslim and Christian. I grew up with Muslim, wonderful people. Many of them are my friends. But we cannot have a Muslim and Muslim ticket in this election. And that's why I have decided to step down and show my full support to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Listen to me, all my delegates. Many of you, I spoke to you one-on-one. Many of you I called. Even until yesterday, I am asking, if you want the youth voice to be heard in Nigeria, if you want the youth to be in the cabinet, vote for Yemi Osinbajo. I have come to throw my full weight. I have come to support him. God bless the youth of Nigeria. God bless the All Progressive Congress. God bless Nigeria. I'll see you on the other side of victory.
President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who will also be speaking to us later this evening. So we move on now to another of our aspirants, Mr. Jack Rich Tane.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I want to thank my president, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some time ago in 2017, I was here, right here, at the Eagle Square, to organize Nigerian youth, both Muslims and Christians, to organize prayer for my president, to organize prayer for this great nation. Because I said, as a little orphan boy who lost his parent at a young age, when I was just a teenager, we can't afford to keep losing our president. And I organized prayers here, 3 nights and 3 days of fasting and prayers. And I said I will do that with young boys and young women. And with Dave, this is my second appearance right here, standing on the stage to speak to Nigerians again, to thank these wonderful youths that came down here and organized a prayer session with me, to pray for this great country and for the wellness of our president. NTA covered that event live right here. And I'm happy to say to God, thank you, because the president that we prayed for is right here before us. Again, thank you, God. Thank you, the youth of this great nation. I am the 6th child of my late parents' children. My mother was a brilliant woman who died when she was 42. I was 10 years old. My father was a soldier that fought the Civil War and had bullet wounds and retired at the age of 27. My late mother struggled to go to school, but she got a wonderful man that promised to get married to her. Because back in the days in the village, if you are so brilliant as a woman, all the men will flock around you. And they promised this woman marriage and got this woman pregnant and made her to leave school, shattered her dreams. The man just walked away. The second man came because she became vulnerable, promised her marriage again, and then got her pregnant and walked away again. And the third man came, promised her marriage, she believed him, got her pregnant, and walked away again. She was heartbroken. She resulted to be in the tomato cellar, hawking Gary around the village. And one of those good old days, she traveled by boat, 12 hours by boat, from my village to Port Harcourt. And she met this wonderful, handsome man who just left the military because he had bullet wounds. They got talking and they got married and gave birth to 5 children. I happen to be the 6th child. My parents had wonderful dreams. My mother had wonderful dreams. She couldn't realize it. And when they gave birth to us, we didn't know what they were going through. I was born in the city of Port Harcourt in River State on the 28th day of January 1975. My parents in Port Harcourt, they didn't live in the city. They lived at the waterside because they were Ijaw people. But life became so tough, and they decided to retire back to the village. Back in the village, I was there at the age of about 8. My mother was just hawking around, and I used to hawk with this wonderful woman. There's something she did. After selling her goods, she will always share the rest for the rest of the family members. And one day, this woman took ill and was rushed to the hospital. She couldn't afford a medical bill that was just less than 50 Nigerian naira. In my very eyes, this strong woman that I used to hawk around with couldn't walk. And my father just left us. We didn't know where he went. And in my very eyes, she died. And when she died, I felt that life was over. I retired back to the village through the same boat. I became a little fisher boy at the age of 10. An orphan boy without father, without mother. Paddling canoe all through the night to the next morning trying to survive. I was in primary school till I was 15 years old. And after primary school, I said to myself, I remembered I was born in the city where there were sounds of cars and birds making noise and singing those melodious songs. I'm going to return back to that city. I boarded the boat back to the city, not knowing where to go to. But when I arrived the city at night, I said to myself, this is where I was born. I was just sleeping under the bridges, trying to survive, trying to make ends meet. Sometimes no food to eat. I would knock on gates trying to ask for a job. One of those days, I remember what happened. I knocked at the gate of a man, and he said, can you help me move out all the feces in the sockaway? And I told him, yes, I can do it. He got me a wooden ladder, and I moved into the sockaway, using buckets to move out, scoop out all the feces right on my face just to make ends meet. This young boy encountered destiny, and here I am before you, telling you that my life is a success story. When I encountered destiny, I said to myself, I will educate myself. Someone met me and gave me 25,000 naira. And with the 25,000 naira, I started my business with it. Today, 25,000 naira has created value of over $1 billion that I'm able to help humanity with my wealth. I did not know a counselor. I didn't know a minister. I didn't know a governor. I didn't know a president. A little orphan boy whose parents were nothing yesterday, being privileged to stand before you, going around doing good. I've got my footprint in the Northwest, in Sokoto State, in Kano State, in Kaduna State. I'm building 356 abolition center at the Sultan Bello Mosque for my Muslim brothers. In Castina, you see my footprint, providing water. In Gombe State, you see my footprint, providing water. In Bauchi State, you see my footprint, providing water. All over Nigeria, in the southeast Enugu State, providing water. In my Niger Delta region, helping people and all that. I am a development agent. This country needs a development agent. You need a president with the right visionary leadership. Listen to me. In 2023, the economy of this great country and the population will be challenged. The population of this country in 2023 will be 223 million. The population grow at 2.5%, which means 5.5 million of the population will be added to it. The projected population is 22 million. It means the leadership of 2023 will deal with a population of 240 million.
London, are you ready? Starhot Promotions and Olympic Entertainment presents Chief Imo in London, featuring Sister Maggie, Daddy Shoki, Black Paddy, Kevin Sa, Obaro T-Blaze, Mr. C, Don Nice, MCA1, Vera Tunes, Afro Swag, and many more. Date, Saturday the 11th of June 2022. Time, 6 p.m. till Mama calls. Venue, the Selby Center, Selby Road, Tottenham, London. Tickets, table for 10, £500. Standard ticket, £35. Get your tickets today at www.eventbrite.co.uk or www.cocobar.com. Chief Imo in London. This one go hot, oh. You don't want to miss it. You see, pass Coca-Cola, oh. You know, be bitter cola. Your backside in a Susan Vanacola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack Rich. Well, we're moving on now. We're moving on now. Well, they call him the White Lion. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Governor Yahaya Bello, GYB.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, GCON, Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawal, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila, let me recognize and appreciate all of my colleagues, governors here present. Let me profoundly recognize the chairman of our party, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Let me recognize the National Secretary of our party, Dr. Iola Omishore. Let me recognize all members of the NWC here present. Let me recognize all the founding fathers of our great party, including the national leader, Senator Bola Ahmed Ashewaju Tinubu, including His Excellency Ahmad El-Rufai, including Dr. Obonaya Onu, my co-competitor, and all others numerous to be mentioned. Let me welcome and appreciate our delegates from across the country of the All Progressives Congress. Before I proceed, permit me to seize this opportunity to ask all of you to please maintain one moment of silence for those that were killed in our war when they're worshiping God, for those that were killed in Sasa Market, in Ibadan, in Oyo State, for those that were killed, those tomato sellers, the ram and cow sellers that were burned down in their cold blood in all parts of this country, for those that were traveling from Abuja to Kaduna on train, and these cowards called bandits attacked, killed some, and some are still in captivity today. And for those that were murdered in their cold blood by bandits, Boko Haram, ISWAP, kidnappers, and the rest of them. Those that lost their lives, may their soul rest in perfect peace. Just one moment. May their soul rest in perfect peace. I start on this particular note because today, that is the most challenging issue that is bedeviling this nation, followed by unity of our dear country, followed by prosperity or progress. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not bore you down too much with a lot of speeches. A lot of all of these problems that are confronting this nation today were bedeviling my state, Kogi State, as at the time I assumed office on 27th of January 2016. Insecurity, disunity, lack of progress and prosperity. 6 years down the line, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, insecurity is fast becoming a history in Kogi State. In Kogi State, unity of all of the tribes and religion is what we are enjoying in Kogi State. In Kogi State, there is religious tolerance. In fact, I am the first Muslim northern governor that built a chapel for our Christian brothers in Government House. After 28 years of existence of Kogi State, that is religious tolerance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we have a lot of our students from various tertiary institutions at home. They are not in the school. Their future is being toyed with. When I assumed office in Kogi State, 6 years down the line, no strike of any sort are existing in Kogi State. Today in Kogi State, every student will be assured, they are very sure that the very day they go into the school, they are graduating. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these and various problems that are bedeviling Nigeria today, we inherited them in Kogi State. With little resources, we have been able to put them behind us. Therefore, I am here running to become the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to provide leadership, to provide sincere leadership, purposeful leadership for this dear country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we might be playing politics today, but let's think of the future of this country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are the future of this nation. The younger generation and the youths of Nigeria that are gathered here today, and those that are watching us from their homes, from across the country and all over the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other nations of this world that prosper, take it from Bill Clinton, Macron, and host of them, they are doing, some of them did greatly, in fact, all of them did greatly, and those that are in position today are doing greatly. Give us this opportunity. Support me. Please, when you are casting your vote, think of the roads you ply before you get to this point. Think of those that were coldly murdered, in their sleep, in their businesses, on the road. Think of those that are troubled today. Women, youths, and people living with special needs today in Kogi State are part of those that have formed my government. And these are the young people and women that are doing very well. Let me use this opportunity to commend those that have stand very fast and firm in making sure that they stand for their generation, for their people. First among them here is distinguished Senator Binani, who is now the governorship aspirant or candidate of Adamawa State. That is resilience. She faced a lot of stress, a lot of suppression and oppression. That is exactly what the younger generation are facing today. President Muhammadu Buhari, I doff my hat for you. I salute you. You thought of the future of this country, and you graciously signed, not too young, to run bill into law. We didn't come this far to chicken out. We are here to win. According to my brothers, Anche Bamuparaba Dummidainaba. Biznillahi ta'ala, wannan zaben zamu ci shi. Kafin ku dinga ƙuriyanku da Allah da Annabi, ku tuna da mutanenmu matasa da mata, waɗanda suke cikin gidansu an kakkashe su, waɗanda suke talla, wanda suke kasuwancinsu a ko duk Najeriya an kokona su, an kashe su. Har yanzu ba yi magana ba. Ni bi iznillahi ta'ala idan kuka bani wannan daman, iznillahi ta'ala Nigeria za ta canza. I am here to build on the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, and by the grace of God, we are here to make a history. And this is the time for you to become part of that history. And I am very confident that after a clean, clear, transparent electoral process today, then I shall become victorious and I shall be the flag bearer of all Progressives Congress who will go ahead to defeat PDP, to defeat Atiku. I am that candidate that will do that. And how did I do that in Kogi State? I inherited a PDP state when I assumed office. And today, Kogi State has become 100% APC. And by the grace of God, it shall never go back to a PDP again. So please, let us not make that mistake, because we have the numbers. Youths, women, and people living with disabilities are those that vote. We have the numbers. Just a few weeks back, we tested a mic. Simultaneously, over 16 million Nigerians came out to give me support across this country. Women, people living with disabilities came out to give me the support. I have the ability to win the election, the general election, on or before 2 p.m. by the special grace of God. I thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity that you have given to me. Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwenu, Amadu Amoki yo, Amadu Amoki yo, jama'a mu da Allah da Annabi kafin ku dafa ƙuriyanku ku tuna da Allah, ku tuna da matsayin da muke ciki yanzu, ku tuna da matsalan da muke ciki, ku tuna da ƙoƙarin da baba ya yi wa zai zo ya gina a kai. Ni ne zan zo na gina a kai. Ina roƙonku da Allah ku dafa mun ƙuriyanku. Allah ya sa mana albarka, Allah ya ba mu albarka, Allah ya ba mu alheri, Allah ya ba mu nasara. I thank you so much. APC! 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 Nigeria! Say Yahya Bello. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is His Excellency Governor Yahya Bello, the Executive Governor of Kogi State. We have 3 more aspirants. We have 3 more aspirants to go. On this note, I'd like to invite Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu to please come to the podium. And of course, the only woman in the race, I have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohenye. Please let's welcome. Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu is the next aspirant on our list. And we have Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohenye. As they make their way to the podium, we'd like to please beg those of you that are still on the aisle to take your seats in the various states you come from. Please go to your states as the electoral committee are about to get down to business. And they have said that they won't commence with the voting tonight if you all don't take your seats and give us a clear thoroughfare. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu.
APC. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols observed. I want to start tonight's talk by asking you very simple question. How many of you here love President Muhammadu Buhari? If you love him, raise your hand. I love him. Raise your hands if you love him. Good. A lot of speakers In fact, all the speakers who came on this stage started their speeches about knowing President Buhari from 2015. And the question is, did President Buhari start his politics in 2015? The answer is no. And to further what I'm telling you, I will ask you very simple questions. You answer me, we move on. President Muhammadu Buhari started his public life as a military officer and a GOC. Have you ever heard that he stole money as a GOC? The answer is no. He later became military governor of present Northeast State. 6 states today: Taraba, Borno, Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi, and Yobe. In today's circumstance, President Buhari would have had not less than 100 houses per state. But President Buhari has no house except the houses he has in Kaduna and his village, Daura. President Buhari could have had 600 houses, but he chose to have only 1 house in Kaduna and 1 house in Daura. President Buhari is not a thief. After his governorship, he was appointed Minister of Petroleum and Chairman NNPC. As I'm speaking with you, President Buhari has never had any filling station, not even a fuel dump. It is because he is an honest man. After his ministership, he went into other public life. He was head of state. He never stole government money. It is because of this that we brought him, because he's not a thief. That explains why we brought him into politics in November 2002. Most of the speakers who spoke here tonight will tell you stories about how they knew Buhari in 2014, 2015. What of 2002? It is because President Buhari has never stolen in his life. That was why we brought him into APP, All People's Party, and gave him the party ticket in 2003 to run for the presidency of this country. We knew Buhari is Fulani, we knew Buhari is Muslim, but we gave him that ticket. We all ran, we failed. 2006, for the 2007 presidential election, we gave him ticket again. He ran, we failed. We still knew he is Fulani and he is Muslim. 2011, we gave him ticket again. We ran and we failed. This is because this is a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. This is because he's a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. So I want to let you know that for those who come on board and tell you how they knew Buhari from 2015, that is absolute rubbish. We will always talk about President Buhari and his sincerity of purpose. If we must redeem this country, we must cultivate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari in order to salvage this nation. Distinguished delegates, this is your opportunity to put in a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. I want you to vote for me. I want you to vote for me because this is the only opportunity you have to reticulate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari. If you remember, in November 2018, I founded the I Stand with Buhari movement and spread it all over this nation in order to take Buhariism forward. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is my story. This is our story. Please vote for me. Vote for me to extend Buhariism. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That was Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu. I'm going to bring up the only woman in this contest. A pride of the nation. Women should please give a resounding applause as I invite Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Oheye.
Wow. Nigerians, my country, I love una no be small. Kai, thank you so much. Your Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, and his amiable wife, Aisha Buhari, the Vice President, Yemi Osibanjo, and the wife, I stand on the existing protocols. My goodness. Mama don't come on board. Everything go better because Mama they on board. I thank you all. I came on board actually because of you people, the downtrodden, the physically challenged, the indigent patients, etc., and the elderly women, etc., etc., and the youths. That is why I came on board, because I feel Nigeria needs a mother. I decided to come on board to be that mother of the nation. I love you guys so much. And again, there are so many things I feel that a woman is needed to be done in this country. That is the only thing Nigeria is lacking. Woman expertise, economical and selflessness. That is what major thing that we need in this country right now. The men don't pay for this place, so 40 years. Una don't need mama. I thank you people so much. But after I've seen the event of things and how things are going, I found out that we still need some more time for it to happen. So based on this, I am pleading with all the delegates to know that their vote is a lifesaver. We have our children to think of, especially their future. We have our mothers to think of. We have our nation to think of. Let them try and vote right for somebody who will be able to achieve all this for the brighter future of our children. That is what I'm pleading with the delegates. Your vote is a lifesaver. Please utilize it well for the right candidates. And I feel, as Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, that I should step aside for God's lifesaver and the best candidate, who is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I urge my delegates, my supporters, my women to please vote right and cast their vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. That is what I'm pleading with you people. I love you all. I love Nigeria, and I love you. Bye-bye. Give it up, Mama, waiting on board. Mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me. Sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me. Thank you very much, Mama, waiting on board. Again, Mama has stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the only woman in the race. We appreciate you, we respect you. One day, we'll get there. We are moving to the final aspirant now, which of course is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But before then, we had called Honorable Emeka Nwajuba, but he didn't come up. Honorable Nwajuba, if you're in the hall or if you're in the arena, can you please come on stage before we move on to our final aspirant? So we'll give you a few minutes. Honorable Emeka, are you in the hall, in the arena? I doubt if he is. Okay. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now as I respectfully invite our very last aspirant for tonight, the one and only Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please welcome His Excellency.
Yeah. Collect your money. Collect your money. Please, wake up. Collect your money. Collect your money. Wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Only to kala. Kala go, yellow. Don't walk, don't try. You supposed to be try. Kilo come become person, and now person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa, so far so good. Let me see you, let me see you, let me see you, let me see you, Please allow His Excellency alone to go on the stage to be received by the Chairman of the Planning Committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ, give it up. Wake up. Don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo come on, shafu. If you are mind, la Sophie, so cool. When you back down, let me see you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN GCON. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please hold on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. 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 Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Let us. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Your Excellency, please, thank you very much, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the wife of the President of Nigeria, Hajiam Aisha Buhari, the President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the National Chairman of our great party, the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, leaders of our great party, the APC, members of the National Working Committee of our great party, leaders of our party, members of our party, distinguished guests, all of our young people, ladies and gentlemen, the great Nigerian youth,
greatest of the greatest Nigerian youth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, let me begin on a solemn note. I join you and the good people of Ondo State in mourning the victims, men, women, and children of the heinous and dastardly terrorist act that took place at the St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, and other victims of terrorism across the country. And I pray that the Lord God Almighty will comfort their families, and that we'll never see a repeat of these heinous acts in our nation again. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today and to share this platform with 22 other exceptional members of our great party who today vie for the preferment of the presidential candidate of our great party, the APC. Like most of us here, I am a Nigerian. I was born here. My parents were born here. I went to primary, secondary school, and university here. I've worked here all my life. This country has afforded me most of the education and opportunities and the worldview that I have. I have seen and experienced the great prospects of Nigeria. I know that it is possible for us to have a world-class educational system. It is possible to have a world-class healthcare system for all Nigerians. It is possible to establish a tech economy here in Nigeria. It is possible to establish a bitumen processing industry in Ondo, gold processing in Zamfara and Osun, and exploit and process the finest precious metals and stones in the world, in Benue, in Plateau, and most of the North Central states. We can exploit oil and gas in the Niger Delta, in the Southeast, and now even in Bauchi and Gombe states. It is possible to manufacture our vehicles in Ninewi. Already, Innocent Motors is doing great things there. We can open up steel plants in Kogi, establish Africa's largest industrial city between Ogun and Lagos. We can establish the biggest gas and petrochemical plants in the world in the Niger Delta. We can sell fertilizer to Africa, as we already have one of the largest plants in the world, the Dangote refinery. We can sell shoes to the world. Already the Aba shoe cluster in Abia State sells over 1 million pairs of shoes every week to the rest of Africa. We can manufacture our weapons, our ammunitions locally. Daikon in Kaduna is already manufacturing munitions, manufacturing all manner of ammunition. And Proforce, a Nigerian company, Imperium, a Nigerian company, is making armored mobile platforms, armored personnel carriers, MRAPs, here in Nigeria. We can build drones, helicopters, and planes. Our Air Force is already manufacturing air platforms and manufacturing its own drones. And God helping us, in 2 decades, we can become the first nation on earth to send a team of all Black men and women as astronauts to the moon. We have the talent, the resources, and the resourcefulness to be one of the world's leading economies. We have the guts and the confidence to beat the world. We can run an open, honest, and transparent government. We can ensure the rule of law. We can secure our nation from terrorism. We can provide good-paying jobs for millions of young people. In this decade, we can lift 100 million people out of poverty. We can give all women equal education, equal opportunities, and we can establish and we can establish a comprehensive social welfare program for the poor and for the vulnerable. Unfortunately, we are not starting from zero. We have already, in this administration, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, begun the most ambitious infrastructure investment in the history of our country. We have revolutionized agriculture. Since 2015, young Nigerians have established 6 unicorns, technology companies, each worth over $1 billion. Everything we can imagine or dream is within our reach. Everything. All that is left is for us to make the right decision tonight. We are a religious nation. We believe in the power of prayer. We all pray for a country that is peaceful and prosperous. But God allows us, by our voting, to show him whether we mean the prayers we pray or not. You cannot wish this country well and vote for someone you do not believe in. You cannot. So when you vote tonight, so our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, be sure, our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, know that your vote carries the answer to your prayers for our country and for our future. That vote that you will cast carries the answer for the prayers that you have prayed for the future of our children and for the future of our country. Over the past several weeks, I have gone the length and breadth of this country. I've engaged with you delegates in the 36 states and Abuja, and I've engaged with members of our great party. We have had deep and wide-ranging conversations on the issues that are most important to us all as a nation. You have told me your hopes, your fears, and your dreams. We have risen together on the future of our country. I have also served for 7 years, by the grace of God, as Vice President, while at the side of President Muhammadu Buhari. I have seen firsthand the nuances and complexities of the challenges that confront us as a nation. One thing is certain: our circumstances will not afford the next leader of our country any time to learn on the job. In discharging my duties as Vice President for the past 7 years, I have been prepared in the most profound ways for the task that lies ahead. And I will be ready from day one. It is for these reasons that I, Oluyemi Oluleke Osinbajo, by the grace of God, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, presents myself to you, our distinguished delegates, for your consideration as the presidential candidate of our great party, the APC. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you.
Hello. God bless you, Mr. Vice President. Once together, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to all the aspirants, 23 of them, except Honorable Nwajuba, who is unavoidably absent. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a break, invite one or two more entertainers to relax the atmosphere, and then we go on. The next artist to come on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is a popular Nollywood artist, singer, dancer, producer. To welcome on stage with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Sani Njenje. As now concrete, they go abemona te go back on state stand. All delegates, make una go back on state stand. I beg. Because after now, it goes serious pass like this. So I beg una, make all of us go back our state stands. So I think go good pass, it go sweet pass. Be say everybody go sit down, they see what they happen. Because after now, like I say, go this serious pass like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Sani Njenje on stage.
Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be try. Kill up, come.
The ala kukoma tents na kukoa ekoma. The security operatives will be going round now, and it will be very bad for you to be treated wrongly. Please, we need a clear thoroughfare. We are preparing for the speech of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So we need everyone to please take their seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One of the northern talents, one of Nigeria's finest, a comedian, an actor, as well as a musician. Sani Njenje, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DJ.
Well, while Sani Njenje is getting ready, let's invite I Go Die. I Go Die.
The chairman of the convention, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodinma, have instructed that the convention should be placed on hold until you all take your seats. Kindly take your seats on your tents. The screen in front of you will project whatever is happening here to you, as if you're this close. Make una go back una seat. Ejo e pada lo saye yin. E lo joko si ori tent yin ejo. Your Excellency. Ba cheku pitaba mu cheku. The ala ku iba ya kadang. Make una shift back. Come and speak outside.
Da Allah, wannan tsayuwa da kuka yi ya bada sha'awa. Ya nuna kun zo nan da niyya, kuma niyya na alheri. Amma idan kuka dan matsa baya kaɗan zai fi bada sha'awa. Kun ga dai akwai zarruka a ƙasa, akwai wayoyi a ƙasa a bayan mu da idan kuka taka duk abin da ya balle kuma abun ba zai bada sha'awa ba domin ba za a ji an kowa ba. Saboda haka ina roƙon arziki da Allah waɗanda kaf suke gaban nan su yi haƙuri. A'a ba ma sai an abun nan ba, kaga mutanen arziki haka suna ma komawa baya ba sai an matsa ba.
Sound.
Ga kuma TV can a gefe a je a sha kallo.
Sound.
Yawwa.
Sound. 1, 2, 3. Sound check.
Ujo. Ujo Mariam, are you ready?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2.
To an shirya. Kowa ya shirya? Gaba ɗaya ba wani abu da ya rufe muku wancan idan ku? Za a sha kallo? To yanzu nan za mu gayyaci Sani Danja ya zo ya tabuwa ta yawa. Ladies and gentlemen, the next artist to perform is Sani Danja from Kannywood.
Some people are praying to become president for their lives. Some people are praying to become governor for their lives. People just pray that they become president for their lives. People just pray that they become governor for their lives. Me, I just pray that they help people for my life. Cause I got all my fans. My fans, they give me defense. Every time they wonder how my songs they cross on the fence. Every time from my area, people shout my name, they love me. If I not put you poster for my show, people they show. Every time that I walk out, my people they love me, If Sunny they blow, you know now government, Sunny danger they come, you know now people, cause I got my siren. My people siren. My siren. If you see my face, you go shock, you know that plenty. Everything that I do in the street, I do for you. Everywhere that I go, in danger, I take a passenger. Don't be me, they do a more. Now go there, do a more. So I need danger. Love me, not crazy. Hey, woman, it is the one that's for me. I'm a ladies, the bend and love. If they show me love, they the one dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, they spread me money. No baby, they do no go they do oh my ladies, people that love me gentle. Hey, oh my ladies, people that love me tender. Hey, oh my ladies, people that love me gentle. Hey, cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, you go shock, you know that plenty. I gotta wonder why I say sorry. I guess I better why I say sorry. My time is sorry. I guess I better want my sorry. I got carried away with the sorry. I guess I've been thinking sorry. My time is sorry. I don't know. Get you go cancer. I don't know. I'm a lady, the one dance for me. I'm a lady, the bend and low. They show me love, they the one dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, they spread me money. Oh my ladies, you could love me gentle. Hey, oh my ladies, you could love me tender. Hey, oh my ladies, you could love me gentle. Hey, cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. If you see my face, you go shock. You know that plenty girl.
Thank you, sir. Please, as we await Mr. President, we need to clear the aisles again, particularly where we have the red carpet. So please leave the aisles. And I know you're all excited, but immediately after this, there should be nobody here. We'll all be voting. The delegates will be voting. But in the meantime, please, everybody, leave the red carpet, clear the sides of the aisles, because Mr. President will soon be coming to give his remarks. So we'll have a few more relaxing entertainment, and then we'll now invite Mr. President. Now, after Mr. President, the chairman of the election committee, His Excellency, Governor Bagudu, will now tell us how the elections will be conveyed. So we appeal to everybody to just obey the rules, and I'm sure we're going to have a very, very, very great night. So thank you very much. Entertainment. Please, the aisle is still not totally cleared. We'll give a few more minutes and it should be absolutely free. Thank you.
And at this juncture, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Udo Mariam Theatre Company is next to perform on this stage. Udo Mariam.
London, are you ready? Star Hot Promotions and Olympic Entertainment presents Chief Imo in London, featuring Sister Maggie, Daddy Shoki, Black Paddy, Kevin Sapp, Obaro T-Blaze, Mr. C, Don Nice, MCA1, Vera Tunes, Afro Swag, and many more. Date, Saturday the 11th of June 2022. Time, 6 p.m. till Mama calls. Venue, the Selby Center, Selby Road, Tottenham, London. Ticket, table for 10, £500. Standard ticket, £35. Get your tickets today at www.eventbrite.co.uk or www.cocobar.com. Chief Imo in London. This one go hot, oh. You don't want to miss it. You see past Coca-Cola, oh. You know be bitter cola. Your backside in a Susie Vanacola. Irukine Mwaku Imanodika Sola.
APC Nigeria. Nigeria from top to bottom. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Top to bottom.
This one that says on tumbling. I'm good water. Everything is not funny. They will blame the party. I play. My neighbor press one. He goes the apart.
APC Nigeria. Nigeria from top to bottom. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Top to bottom.
This one that says on tumbling. I'm good water. Everything is not funny. They will blame the party. I play. My neighbor press one. He goes the apart.
Are our children safe when they go to school? Are our parents safe when we leave them at home? Is the naira in your bank account of greater value today than it was 4 years ago?
Nigeria needs you. The youth want you. Wealth manager. Obi Kerenke. Obi is the man.
A great nationalist. The man to detribalize Nigeria. That man that will fix Nigeria. A humble personality. He's a great economist. The poor needs your intervention. Calm and end insecurity. A new Nigeria is possible with Obi. The man Nigeria is Obi. Obi is the man. Obi bụ ọgaranya nwafọ Igbo Nigeria. Ọ bụ onye ga-achịkọlọta obodo anyị n'udo. Ịmakwa Obi ga-ebute ọganihu n'obodo anyị ga-eme ka ndị mmadụ na-ebi ọfụma ka Chukwu si wee chọọ ya. Ndị obodo Nigeria bịanụ ka anyị kwado Peter Obi n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the Mother of the Nation, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Aisha Buhari, Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCU, and Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. There are some short SMS making their rounds, being forwarded by persons that cannot be identified to delegates, saying that some tickets, if voted, is going to be a Muslim ticket. Please, delegates are advised to discountenance such an SMS. And the other one says that please be advised that due to the postponement of the primaries, all prior arrangements have been postponed. There is no primary election that has been postponed. The primary elections will hold very shortly after the speech of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The chairman of the Electoral Committee will be coming up stage in the presence of His Excellency, Senator Atiku Bagudu, to address these august gathering as to how this election is going to be carried out. So please discountenance any message that you have received regarding any form of postponement at all. There is nothing as such. The primary elections to elect the next flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress will be taking place shortly after the speech of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Please, we are saying this again to those of you unknown faces and unscrupulous persons sending these messages to please desist forthwith. We thank you very much for your kind attention.
And please, okay, everybody on the right-hand side, you shouldn't be standing there. You should leave the right-hand side of the aisle. Thank you very much as you do that. We're just waiting to clear my right-hand side of the red carpet. And like I said, immediately after Mr. President's speech, we're going to hear from the governor of Kebbi State, who is the chairman of the Elections Committee, on the procedure for these very historic elections taking place tonight. On the right-hand side, you are still delaying us, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to listen to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, who will be talking to us tonight at this historic presidential convention. Please welcome Mr. President to the podium. Bring the shots.
His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari was in 2014. He stood before delegates like you, and the President said, like he has always said, his ambition is not driven by raw desire for power. His Excellency, the President wants to serve and make this country better. And that is the legacy that he's trying to leave behind by this epoch-making event at our special convention. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, had said, and he always would say, I don't have money to buy.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the First Lady, the APC National Chairman, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the state governors, members of the National Assembly, members of Federal Executive Council, party leaders, distinguished aspirants, party faithfuls, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow party members and compatriots, I commend you for your various roles and contributions towards the successful conduct of the various APC primaries across the nation. I commend the party stakeholders, officials, organs, and the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee. I commend your efforts in organizing party exercises and urge you not to rest on our achievements so far. Now we have a big task ahead. The special convention for the presidential primary. I congratulate all the winners and our newly emerged party flag bearers so far for the 2023 general elections, and urge you to be magnanimous in victory, particularly towards your fellow aspirants who conceded to you. I urge you at all times to abide by the party rules and follow party reconciliation processes. In every competitive event, there are bound to be winners and runners-up. And as such, all the aspirants who lost or conceded at the primaries, I equally urge you to maintain the spirit of sportsmanship and to stand by our great party for the next challenges ahead. As we go into presidential primary, I urge all to keep to the same spirit. We must avoid acrimony and maintain the spirit of sportsmanship. The critical task ahead of the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee remains to continue to forge for the unity of purpose among party members and to keep securing needed compromises in the interest of our great party. I enjoin you all to be fair to all and to create a level playing field for all the presidential aspirants in the coming crucial party exercise. Please follow due process in all the party decisions. And I call on all party members, particularly the party officials and the delegates, to abide by all extant laws, rules, and regulations, and to consider voting for the presidential candidate with the best chances of securing victory for our great party in the coming general elections. I cannot overemphasize that the principal challenge before us is the need to keep a united front for the party. It is primarily why the party National Executive Committee has vested its powers in the National Working Committee for the time being, as requested and in compliance with the party constitution, to ensure smooth party administration and operations in these critical times in the overall interest of the party. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure you and the entire National Working Committee members of my support. Please do not hesitate to call on me and all other appropriate quarters for the help that will propel our great party to the victory that we all seek. To ensure a hitch-free presidential primary, please let us work collectively in the interest of our great party and our great country. Fellow delegates, fellow men, women, youth, citizens of our country. Many people have short memories, but let us remember the situation we inherited. A nearly dead economy, in spite of oil being over $100 per barrel for many years. Vast areas of our country under insurgent control. Salaries, wages, pensions, unpaid for months in many states. Problems were left unattended or ignored. infrastructure left to decay. Internationally, we were despised. Your APC government has changed all that. Our response to any new challenges, whether banditry, kidnapping, insurgency, has been prompt and head-on. Rehabilitation of infrastructure has taken place on a massive scale. Our response to coronavirus is second to none in Africa. We have made substantial progress in governance, in implementing reforms, in democratic processes, and in social care. We are now respected in Africa and across the world. These major achievements by APC are historic and far-reaching. We now have to choose a leadership, not just to win elections next year, but to continue and improve on these landmarks. We must choose a knowledgeable, fair-minded nationalist with a very strong belief in the unity of our nation, Nigeria, and strength of character and purpose to steer the country forward. We should not allow the PDP to drag the country backwards. I thank you. May God bless our party. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was a special remark by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR. While His Excellency makes his way to the clubhouse, we would like to call on His Excellency, the Chairman of the Election.
What a speech from the president. It looks to me, this is perhaps one of the shortest speeches of President Buhari at any of the APC National Convention. Short, straight to the point, nothing specific on who is supporting, definitely advising members of the party, vote for competence, vote for someone who has the interest of the country at heart.
Absolutely, and I think if you take a look at the president's speech, you realize that he also understands that time is fast spent. I mean, it's almost approaching 1 a.m. now, and it's time for the voting to commence. There are 2,322 delegates that will be making this decision today, and there are still quite a number of candidates across board, even those who have stepped down, to be voted for. So yeah, it's necessary for the president to do that. Sean, we had talked earlier about the speech of the only female candidate in the race, and draws me to the speech of the youngest aspirant, Nicholas Felix, and how passionately he spoke about the need for youth to get involved in the process before stepping down for Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo. The passion in his voice said a lot, just like the passion in the voice of Obunaya Onu, who was calling for justice for the people of Southeast.
It's indeed very interesting speeches that we've listened to today. Some inspirational, some didactic, some creative, some touching the emotional. Several shades of color of speeches that we've heard tonight. But we get into the moment where the election will begin, and the chairman of the APC Governors Forum, the governor of Kebbi State, Governor Atiku Bagudu, will come up stage and speak about the process, which will kickstart the exercise, the voting exercise. They're already clearing people from the arena where the voting will take place. Earlier, we couldn't see ballot boxes. Maybe the party never envisaged that an election will happen, hoping that there was going to be a consensus, but the party will go into an election.
You know, I think based on the speeches we listened to here today, there are concerns as to whether these aspirants are comfortable with the outcome of this. The concern for many would be, yes, those who may have stepped down did that voluntarily, no doubt. But there are those who had concerns about what's happening here today and are wondering how this will go. We had talked earlier about the need for the process to be free and fair, and the president has also echoed that. So it makes me wonder whether after this, and the candidate emerges, interestingly, the two candidates that were initially narrowed down by the northern governors, the APC governors, have now turned out to be the leading candidates, the only ones who have had people step down for them.
I mean, I think one of the most interesting parts is the moment where we heard people stepping down for one another. I think that's actually a very dramatic point in all of these scenarios playing out. I guess we'll be seeing almost 10 people who might be going into this election. For those who did not step down, Hamid Lawan did not step down. Professor Shibaja did not step down. Bola Tinubu did not step down. Rochas Okorocha did not step down. Rotimi Amechi did not step down. 10 Jack Rich did not step down. We have a few others who stepped down. Senator Kenny Naman, who had withdrawn from the race, spoke earlier and did not mention whether he's stepping down or not. So, you know, we're left with nothing less than 10 to 15 people still in the race.
Absolutely. So my observation as well is that all the male southeastern aspirants did not step down for anyone. I think it was the message of the Southeast needs this representation, and we would not step down for any region if it's not going to the Southeast. Of course, we saw the only female who is also from the Southeast step down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But beyond that, if we pay close attention to the speeches of these aspirants, it's almost clear to see that everyone realizes that the issue of security.
Thank you very much. But please, first of all, we'd like to remind all of you cameramen to dismantle your cameras. Please dismantle your cameras and move from there completely. And then only election committee members that are putting on the reflective jackets are allowed to remain at the periphery of this arena. Only election committee members and agents that are wearing their reflective jackets are allowed, and tags are allowed to remain in the center of the arena. Yakubu, you might want to add a few more words.
Delegates and the pressmen that have been here with us, especially the press, would like to thank you very much for all of your assistance. But the essence of this special convention is we'd like it to be transparent, visibly transparent, and every vote accounted for. This is a legacy convention, is a special convention. It is one that actually we're transmitting so much more beyond who becomes the standard bearer. It reflects the very essence and the values of the APC. So we'd like that you clear everywhere else, and we have this place very clear, visible, transparent, so that we can see everything that's happening. Pressmen, wherever you are, kindly leave. You may station your cameras. People who are milling around can move backwards. We want everywhere completely, implicitly clear, please. And thank you very much for having, cooperated with us all this while.
There's a lost but found ATM card, a bank card for Suleiman Idris. Please, if you're anywhere close by, come with proof of identification and collection. Thank you. We, at this point in time, invite the Chairman Election Committee for this convention, His Excellency Senator Atiku Bagudu, the Governor of Kebbi State and Chairman, Progressive Governors Forum. Your Excellency, sir.
once again, Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the wife of Mr. President and the First Lady of Nigeria, Aja Aisha Muhammad Buhari, and the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Professor Yomi Osibajo. And indeed, I will recognize all the earlier established protocol for want of time. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Election Management Committee, I will read out updates on the structure and the organization of the election this night. The Accreditation Committee of the Convention Planning Committee, which is the subcommittee of the Convention Planning Committee, headed by His Excellency Dr. Abiodun of Ogun State, provided us with a list of the total accredited voters for each state, and they total 2,203, smaller than the total voters, accredited total voters in the states, which is 2,320, meaning less people were accredited than there were actual delegates allocated to the different states. And for the purpose of the election, we are going to use the number of accredited voters for each state. The voting is going to take place in 2 voting points. And to those who are seated in the state box, there's 1 voting point to the right, and there's 1 voting point to the left. The voting point to the right will be used by the right of the state box, or the left of the podium will be used by delegates from Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, and Kaduna State. While the voting point for delegates seated at the left-hand side of the state box will be used by delegates from Kano State, Katsina State, Kebbi State, Kogi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe, Zamfara, FCT. So 2 states will be called simultaneously for the 2 voting points. And at the entrance of the walkways, in each state delegation have assigned to them a member of the electoral committee who will guide them to the starting line of the voting process. And as a starting point, that is where they will receive the ballot paper, and they will have a scan of the QR codes. And then they will walk through the walkaway, and at the end of the walkaway, turn back into the voting areas. And each voting area have 20 ballot boxes for ease of voting, meaning if delegates from a state collect their ballot papers and they turn into the voting area, they have an option of 20 ballot boxes to vote in, or with a table and a pens are signed where they can enter the name of the aspirant they so wish to nominate. Equally, agents of the aspirants and INEC officials are encouraged to sit from whatever comfort point they are able to establish in order to observe the process from beginning to end. At the end, the boxes will be collated onto this stage where aspirant agents will witness the sorting and transfer into boxes which they will monitor of the respective aspirants' votes. Equally, before we start, as you all have heard, a number of aspirants have withdrawn their aspiration. 9 of them, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ken Ohanaye, Dr. Nicholas Felize, Senator Robert Boniface, His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Honorable Chukwu Emeka Nwajuba, His Excellency Engineer Nweze David Umahi, Pastor Bolahan B. Bakari, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Rufai Sani, Chibuke Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Yomi Osinbajo, His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, His Excellency Yahaya Bello, Mr. Ten Jack Rich, Dr. Christopher Onu, His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawan, Senator Professor His Excellency Ben Ayade, and Chief Ikio Obasi Mokelu. The aspirant agents, please are invited to come to the Secretariat of the Election Management Committee so that we can establish how many aspirant agents are here, and they can divide themselves into both sides of the voting, the 2 points where voting shall take place. Yes. And those that are unable to write can be assisted by members of the delegation from their state. And each voting unit, there is a voting agent, there's a polling agent, there's a security man monitoring the ballot box. So with this, the Electoral Committee will proceed to begin the provision of ballot papers to the initial state of Abia that shall be voting to the right of the state box or to the left of this podium where we are standing, and Kano State that shall be voting to the left of the state box or to the right of the podium where we are standing. And then as we make progress, we will be calling on more states as the others have voted. I think I have covered all. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for the honor to wait and observe the commencement of the voting process. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The Executive Governor of Kebbi State and Chairman of the Election Committee, and he has announced to you how this election is going to be done. So the onus is now on the members of the Election Committee, the agents of the various aspirants that are contesting teaching English. Teaching. Start with teaching. Waiting the governor of Kebbi State talk for English now be say election one start, the primary election one start, and all of una will be delegates from the various states. It means say una go sit down, mona wait. Any moment from now they go call una state by state. Make una come drop una ballot papers for inside ballot box. And as una see them, so the ballot boxes, they don't inspect them, then they empty. Election committee members will be the persons where they put in charge of the primary elections where they happen today here for Eagle Square to nominate the next presidential flag bearer for the All Progressives Congress. Now, them go come one by one, state by state. They go call them, they go line up. Those people will go give them paper where they go write the name where they want write, put inside the ballot box. They go come. The election committee chairman, Senator Atiku Bagudu, don't already announce the names of persons where we say Nadengo stand gidigba for this election. So before the election start proper, they go read out the names again for una, make una for understand the people where they contest and how una go do the voting. So please make una listen to waiting the election committee members go to talk. As per say voting go soon start. And all of una where they spread rumor, say primary election, say they don't postpone them, na babanla lie. They don't postpone any election or now the election they want to do so. And it is going to be transparent. It will happen for everybody, koro eye. You go take your eye, see them, you go see as it happen. And that is waiting what happen be that. I go want my sister make it come break them down for another language, make we for here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and to the MVPs of today, the delegates. Biko Nundibain from the east, Atinenwe ballot boxes, Nakani Naka FM, Ndi neba, Unge tinye vote na boxes in Naka FM. Ndi non aside ya, Unge tinye vote unu na ballot boxes in Naka Nim. I actually aburo accredited delegates. Ndi police Chairman of the Electoral Committee, Dr. His Excellency Atiku Bagudu Ekuchagwea, Apogwa Fandigeme observation. Iwana Apora Fagi, Maniburakwa delegate, because Norebi no Kinona name observation. Ebuno. Ekuchagwa nka, because I chokwa if onyo abuna, if I ever do have an election, onyo abuna Norebe Hano. Kai we fi feni ne na gan. O kwa yo kai na yun. Okay, awen yo wa bro ni ko ni Yorùbá ma wa sọ Yorùbá si yin nisin. E wa sọ fún wọn gẹ́gẹ́ be se bo se sọ. Ta ma se sọ.
Ẹ ṣé a kí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè àti àwọn àgbààgbà ẹgbẹ́. Ó ṣe pàtàkì fún wa kí a jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ bí a ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ètò ìdìbò yìí. A ti fi tó wa létí wípé ọ̀nà méjì láti ṣe sílẹ̀. Ọ̀nà kíní wà lápá ọ̀tún, ọ̀nà kejì wà lápá òsì. A dẹ̀ ti sọ àwọn state kọ̀ọ̀kan, ìpínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan bí wọ́n ṣe máa wá. Àwọn aṣojú wa ti wà níbẹ̀ láti pè wọ́n wá síbí. A fẹ́ jẹ́ kí a mọ̀ wípé mẹ́ta láti ìpínlẹ̀ láti yàn tí wọ́n jẹ́ bí aṣojú láti di ìbò yìí. Tí wọ́n bá dẹ̀ ti ń bọ̀, wọ́n máa nílò láti ṣe àfihàn ara wọn. A ti yan àwọn tí wọ́n máa ṣe accreditation yìí fún wọn lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Then a tún sọ wípé orúkọ ẹni tí ẹ bá fẹ́ láti yàn láti lè gba àsíá ẹgbẹ́ wa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ orúkọ yẹn kó mọ́lẹ̀ dáadáa lọ́nà tó fi jẹ́ wípé kò ní sí àríyànjiyàn. Orúkọ méjì ṣe pàtàkì ká kọ nítorí pé a rí àwọn olùdíje tí wọ́n ń jẹ́ orúkọ méjì. Ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n bá jẹ́ orúkọ méjì lẹ́kọ, kò sí bí èèyàn kan ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ orúkọ méjì yìí. Ohun karùn-ún tún ni wípé ẹni tó bá mọ̀ wípé òun ò mọ bóun ṣe fẹ́ kọ orúkọ, kò gbúdọ̀ pé aṣojú wa kó bá òun kọ. Aṣojú láti ìpínlẹ̀ yẹn ló máa bá kọ orúkọ yìí sílẹ̀. A tún ti yan àwọn aṣojú, àwọn tó dàbí agent fún àwọn olùdíje. Chairman ètò ìdìbò yìí, ọlọ́lá jùlọ Àtíkù Bàgúdù, wọ́n ti jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé kí gbogbo àwọn olùdíje ìbò yìí kí wọ́n wá síwájú pẹ̀lú àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ kán dúró fún wọn bí agents ní each polling unit, so that àwọn yìí ló máa monitor gbogbo ètò ìdìbò yìí bó bá ṣe ń lọ. A tún fẹ́ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé tá bá ti gba ìwé ìbò tán tá a dìbò, a gbúdọ̀ padà sí ibi tá a jókòó sí lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Nǹkan míì tá tún fẹ́ sọ fún wa wí ni pé tá bá ti dìbò yìí tán, a máa ka ìbò lẹ́yọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan lọ́nà tó jẹ́ wípé ó máa ṣe àfihàn kedere sí gbogbo ènìyàn, kò ní sí àríyànjiyàn rárá. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, chairman wa ọlọ́lá jùlọ Àtíkù Bàgúdù wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé fún wa àwọn tí wọ́n sọ wípé àwọn ò díje mọ́. Tá bá tún rí ẹni tó sì fẹ́ sọ wípé òun ò díje mọ́, ó lè wá. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó kù, gbogbo wọn ló fẹ́ díje. Ẹ jẹ́ ká make sure wípé a kọ orúkọ lọ́nà tó ṣe é kà tí ò dẹ̀ ní sí àríyànjiyàn rárá. Ẹ ṣé.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Jama'a, delegates, akwai akwatunan zaɓe a hagu da dama. Za a kira jihohin nan jiha-jiha daga jihar da ta fara da A, wato jihar Abia kenan. Akwai wanda za a kira su daga hannun dama, akwai wanda za a kira su daga hannun hagu. In aka kirawo ku, za ku fito ku yi layi, daga nan za a ba ku ballot paper, inda za ku rubuta sunan ɗan takarar da kuke so ku zaɓa. Wanda ya iya rubutu, ya iya rubuta sunan ɗan takarar kai tsaye. Wanda bai iya rubutu ba, zai iya wani delegate ɗan uwansa wanda ya yarda da shi ya ba shi dama ya rubuta masa. Ba a yarda da wani daga waje ko agent ko wani ma'aikacin zaɓe ko baturen zaɓe ya ma rubutu ba. In ka zo ka zago, akwai inda za a nuna ma, sai ka zo ka jefa ƙuri'arka, ko ka koma ka je ka zauna inda ka fito, ko ka yi tafiyarka. Shikenan ba ka da dama in ka karɓi ballot ɗinka kai wa wani ɗan uwanka magana. Saboda haka dan Allah a ringa saurara, za a ringa kiran jihohin nan ɗaya bayan ɗaya, sannan akwatunan zaben nan guda 20 ne aka aje a kowane gefe. A kowane akwati in ka jefa ƙuri'arka ka yi daidai. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Just as we are getting ready, the chairman of the election committee, Senator Bagudu, has already mentioned and read out the names of the aspirants. And for emphasis sake, before election gets started, these are the list of aspirants still in contention. The first name is Honorable Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, Engineer Mweze David Umwahi, Pastor Balahon Tunde Bakari, Ashiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Rufai Sani, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshimbajo, His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, His Excellency Alhaji Yahya Bello, Mr. Jack Rich Tieng, Dr. Ogbonnaya Christopher Onu, His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawal, Senator Professor Ben Ayade, His Excellency, and Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu. Those are the 14 aspirants that are still in the race. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is very important and worthy of note to let the delegates know that we have 3 Ahmeds on the ballot tonight. So if you just write Ahmed, it will not be valid, please. Delegates should be educated, please. We're also going to reiterate this in the 3 major languages spoken in Nigeria, as well as broken English. We have Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, we have Ahmed Rufai Sani, and then we have Ahmed Lawal. The 3 names carries Ahmed, so we want the delegates to take cognizance of that, please. So I'd like to call on Honorable Princess to please come reiterate this to our Igbo delegates in clearer terms, because we're Igbo.
Ndị be anyị unu ahụ nọ, ndị be anyị unu ekelele m unu. Ana m eme ka unu mata na ntuli aka anaghị ibido, anaghị malite n'oge na-ete anya, na enwere mmadụ 3 na-azọ ọkwa, ha na-atọ nwere otu aha. Mmadụ 3 aha na-azacha Ahmed. Onye na-ede aha onye ọ chọrọ ịtụnyere ya marakwa na ọ ga-etinye aha ọzọ igosi onye o bu n'obi. Maka mmadụ 3 na-azọ ọchịchị a n'abalị aha ha bụ Ahmed, ka m gụisiara ya unu. Nke mbụ owo Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Nke abụọ wo Ahmed Rufai Sani. Nke atọ wo Ahmed Lawal. So ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịtụnyere onye ọbụla n'ime mmadụ 3 ahụ Ahmed, edekwele naanị Ahmed, maka ebe ọbụla ị dere sọsọ Ahmed, votu gị ahụ alala n'iyi, ọ ghọọla ihe furu efu. So ị chọọ ịtụrụ onye ọbụla nwere Ahmed n'aha ya, idenye aha Ahmed, denyekwa ya aha ọzọ. Udo dịrị unu.
Aki gbogbo wa, gbogbo delegate wa lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A fẹ́ fi nǹkan kan tó wa létí wípé nínú àwọn olùdíje tó ń díje ní alẹ́ yìí, tó ń jẹ́ tó orúkọ wọn jẹ́ Ahmed, wọ́n pín sí ọ̀nà 3. So fún ìdí èyí, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dìbò fún olùdíje kò gbọ́dọ̀ kọ Ahmed nìkan. Nínú àwọn tó ń díje, èyí tá a kọ́kọ́ ní, a ní Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, a ní Ahmad Rauf Sani, Ahmad Rufai Sani, then a ní HE Senator Ahmed Lawal. Fún ìdí èyí, ẹni tí a bá fẹ́ dìbò fún, a gbọ́dọ̀ kọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní àkọjá tí ó máa fi hàn kedere wípé ẹni báyìí ni à ń dìbò fún. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
To na kuma dawowa dai. Kamar yadda aka yi bayani, akwai Ahmed kusan guda uku da suke takara. Akwai Ashwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, akwai Ahmad Rufai Sani, sannan kuma akwai Sanato Ahmed Lawal. To in delegate ya rubuta Ahmed kawai, to kaga ba za lalle a san wani Ahmed bane. Haka zalika akwai Professor Ben Ayade, akwai Professor Oshibanjo. Ta yi wani ya rubuta Professor kawai. In ka rubuta wannan ma, za a samu matsala. Saboda haka a nemi suna ko a rubuta cikakken sunan, ko a nemi sunan da ba wanda yake da shi. In Tinubu ne ka rubuta Tinubu kai tsaye, ko Bola misali, ko Ashwaju an san babu mai wannan sunan. In Ahmad Rufai Sani ne, ko ka rubuta Ahmad Rufai Sanin, ko ka rubuta Yarima, ko wani makamancin wannan. Haka zalika in Sanato Ahmed Lawal ne, ka rubuta Sanato Ahmed Lawal ko ka rubuta Ahmed Lawal. Amma in ka rubuta sanata, akwai wajen sanatoci uku da suke takara. In ka zo ka rubuta mana sanata, za ka lalata ƙuri'arka. Saboda haka delegate a mai da hankali akan haka.
Thank you very much. As una don't hear everything, where the chairman and other committees of electoral committee don't get to tell una, we want tell una say categorically, the main business of the day go begin now. The cocoa why we all day here, now to see say these 14 aspirants, una go vote for them. Those of una will be accredited delegates. And make una vote for no loss. Now make we take our time to explain all these things to una. We say them get 3 aspirants where them get Ahmed for them names. And these aspirants, we won't tell una so that nobody go just go there, write Ahmed. If you go somewhere, whether you write Amechi, whether you write Chibwike, whether you write Yaya or Bello, we know say na only them they bear those names. But if na name we carry Ahmed, I beg, may you carry second name, join them. Either you write Ahmed Tinubu or Ahmed Bola or Asiwaju Ahmed. Make we know say na Baba Tinubu you won't write in name. Or if na our Senate president you won't vote for, you must put the Lawal beside him Ahmed so that he votes for no loss. In the same vein, we also get Ahmed Rufai Sani. If you write Ahmed Sani, if you write Ahmed Rufai. So we believe say everybody for this arena don't get this message. So at this point, I go can't allow the election chairman plus the chairman of the convention, pata, plus the chairman of venue, may they can't tell us how we go start, may they give us go ahead so that we go start state by state. Now as we talk, the states where we say una did my rights, where una podium day my rights, una go stay for una pavilion, una go vote for this right side. Then all of una way they for left, una go vote for the boxes where they left. For people where they them glass house, our VIP them, we still get 2 boxes, we still do them left and right. So if una know say una be accredited voters for this evening, I been a morning we don't enter safe. Una go vote for the boxes where they put in front of una. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We hear say something don't they cause kata for somewhere. I beg, make the agent will follow delegates. Now him go write for delegates when no go school. It is very important, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that delegates who are not learned, those of them who are not well educated westernly, should please be assisted only by the agents from their states. Delegates, please. Delegates, please. We don't want cross delegates from other states writing for people. We heard it's already starting, so please. And you can't write for more than 1 or 2 people. You can't write, you're not allowed to write for more than 1 or 2 people. Delegates, please take note. Agents, fully unit agents to also take note.
Dan Allah delegates mukula. Dan Allah waɗanda ba su iya rubutu ba kar su kira waɗansu daga wani jiha. Daga jihanka za ka nemi delegate da iya rubutu ya rubuta maka sunan wanda kake son ka zaɓa. Ba a son kuma delegate idan ya rubuta ma mutum ɗaya ya rubuta ma mutum 2 ya kai 3 ko 4. Ka tsaya delegate in ya rubuta ma mutum 1 2 an gama sai a nemi wani kuma a gaba wanda ya iya rubutu ya taimaka ma wanda bai iya rubutu ba. Kuma kar a manta sunaye da suka zo iri ɗaya dan Allah a tabbatar da an rubuta abin da zai nuna shaidan ga wanda nake so. Akwai Ahmad Lawan, akwai Ahmad Bola Tinubu, akwai Ahmad Rufai Sani. Saboda haka akwai bambanci in kuna son Rufai ne za ku sa Rufai. In Lawal ne za ku sa Lawal. Sa'annan kuma akwai Professor Ben Ayade, akwai Professor Yemi Osinbajo. In kuka sa prof kawai ba a san wani prof bane kuka rubuta ba, wannan zaben ta zama a iska. Saboda haka dan Allah a kula a bi a hankali insha Allah za a fahimci juna.
Thank you very much. With the kind permission of the Chairman Electoral Committee, as well as the Chairman of this special convention, we are starting with Abia State and Adamawa State. Delegates, accredited delegates from Abia and Adamawa State should please proceed to the ballot area. Thank you very much. Abia State and Adamawa State delegates should please proceed to cast their votes.
Abia from this, to the right of the podium, sorry, state box, delegates from Abia, delegates from Kano. There are other agents like no, you have already and what maybe you are confusing. What we said is if we call Abia and there's one person in Abia that cannot write, we want somebody in Abia, the delegation to write, not me, not the
She said one person cannot write more than 2 persons. You have already announced it. That's the announcement.
We are hoping that everyone can sign by himself. But we are saying
More clarification by the chairman of the Electoral Management Committee. Please listen to the chairman.
Thank you. Delegates from Abia State can now approach the voting area led by the member of the election committee. This is the voting area to the left of this podium. Delegates from Kano State can begin to approach the voting area to the right of this podium, and then we'll continue thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. So voting won't be done alphabetically. It's not going to be state by state. It's going to be how you are seated in the various pavilions. So the first state to my left is Abia State. They should proceed. They will be led by the electoral committee member there, while the first state to my right will be Kano State. So delegates from Kano State will be led by the electoral committee members on my right, please. And then we continue in that order. We continue in that order. So next year will be Adamawa, and next year will be Katina. Thank you very much.
And the presidential primary live here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the nation's capital. Now, we've heard all the instructions as to how the election or the voting process will go as far as this election is concerned. The deadline by INEC is for the 9th of June 2022 to conclude all primaries and for all political parties to submit or conclude on who will be their flag bearers. So the process for the ruling APC is what we're experiencing tonight. Speeches from the aspirants who have heard tonight. The president has given his speech, but he has since left the arena. But in all, what we'll be seeing in any moment from now is the voting proper to begin. and Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Atiku Bagudu, who is leading the election process, is speaking with some of the officials and agents of the
credited, which we highly doubt. But as the delegates file out to cast their votes, which I believe will take about an hour or so, let's quickly run you through some of the speeches of the day and see how that turned out. We understand the first to give a speech was Senator Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he sounded really confident. Talked about justice for victims of terror and forever erase the terrorism from the country. That's what he will do if he became president.
Absolutely. Interesting that it was Bola Tinubu that began the speeches open with him and ended with Professor Yemi Oshibajo. Interesting speeches that we've seen today. And one thing that will be very important is the delegates. Who are those that will be voting in today's exercise? Of course, we are in another day, a second day into the convention, or the third day. Third day, actually. Since Monday, arrival of delegates and all of that, registration, and started yesterday with accreditation, and now we have come to the point where the decision will be made by the delegates. And of course, let's show you some statistics that might be very important for this race. Terry, 3 delegates per local government. And we have 774 local governments across the country. And so, states that, you find with a larger delegate tells you one thing, that they have more local government areas. Because you simply will do the math. 3 delegates multiplied by the number of local governments in the state. That is the calculation, which gives you about 2,340 actually. 2,340. If you do the mathematics, I may not be very.
Yeah, 3 by 704 would be 2,322 delegates. And I think what's interesting about what we see here is how busy this place is. This is where voting
an announcement coming.
All right.
Of the aspirants that are still contesting, that are in the race, and delegates. This is to give us the total number of accredited delegates per state. Abia State has a total of 50 delegates accredited. Abia, 50 delegates accredited. Adamawa, 62 delegates accredited. Adamawa, 62 delegates accredited. Anambra, 63 delegates accredited. Anambra, 63 delegates accredited. 5, Bayelsa. Bayelsa, 24 delegates accredited. 24 delegates accredited. Bauchi, 55 delegates accredited. Bauchi, 55 delegates accredited. Benue, 64 delegates accredited. Benue, 64 delegates accredited. Borno, 81 delegates accredited. Borno, 81 delegates accredited. Cross River, 54 delegates accredited. 54 delegates accredited for Cross River. Delta State, 73 delegates accredited. 73 delegates accredited for Delta State. Enugu, 51 delegates accredited. Enugu, 51 delegates accredited. Ekiti, 48 delegates accredited. 48 delegates accredited for Ekiti State. Edo, 52 delegates accredited. Edo State, 52 delegates accredited. Ebonyi, 38 delegates accredited. 38 delegates accredited for Ebonyi State. FCT, Federal Capital Territory, 18 delegates. Federal Capital Territory, 18 delegates accredited. Gombe, 33 delegates accredited. Gombe, 33 delegates accredited. Imo, 52 delegates accredited. Imo State, 52 delegates accredited. Jigawa, 81 delegates accredited.
No, this is weather consideration.
All the delegates and the proportions in which each of the states have them. In total, Terry, for the northern region of the country, there's a total number of 1,257 delegates. And for the whole southern region, for the APC, there's a total number of 1,065 delegates.
Quick correction. Edo is 54 delegates accredited. Imo, 81 delegates accredited. Imo, 81 delegates accredited.
All right, the voting is has since commenced, and if you look at it, yeah, this is what we have. In total, the master of ceremony has been ruling out the numbers of delegates so far. In the entire Northwest, there are 558 delegates, and the entire Northeast, 336 delegates up for voting, and North Central has a total number of 363 delegates, and the Southwest has 411 delegates. The Southeast has 285 delegates, while the South-South has 369 delegates in total. And that's what will, I mean, what should be the number that should be counted at the end of the day.
Shawan, it looks like a very fast process. It's almost like you just pick up a pen, pick up a piece, the voting pad, put the name of your candidate and put it into the box, and then you're done. And it looks like it's going really fast, I must say. And I think one thing that's interesting from one of the announcements that was made earlier is the fact that agents of candidates from a particular state are allowed to assist those delegates who are not educated enough to know how to go about putting down the names of their candidates. And but then there's a limitation to that. We understand that only you can't help more than 2 or 3 people. But then it will be nice to see how this is being checked, and hopefully we can get one of the officials here to explain the process of checking, to actually verify that the agents are not allowed to help more than 2 or 3 people with that process as earlier announced. And it was painstakingly done to announce in the different languages, Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, and of course Pidgin, that the entire voting process to make it easy for the delegates. You know, it's now serious business.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, this is just one phase of the voting exercise or the election exercise. People casting their ballots now. After the cast of ballots comes the sorting of the ballots, and afterwards is the counting of votes, then announcement of winners. So it's interesting what we're seeing so far that is unfolding right here before our eyes. A third presidential primary of the APC.
Absolutely. And just as you mentioned, if this wraps up in the next 1 hour, voting may not take as much time. And the reason is that we have just about 2,322 delegates, as we had initially mentioned. And since we don't have up to 7,000 as we did during the convention itself, this will definitely not take as much time compared to then.
This is definitely. But it's interesting that all this is playing out. But I'm still worried, though. I mean, shouldn't this be very much cleared? It looks like we have a very crowded space for the voting. A crowded space for the voting, and look at it. Look at the number of people in the background of the voting. It's indeed going to be some long hours of the night, and how all this play out is in the hands of the delegate, actually. They are the beautiful brides of this exercise.
And they seem orderly.
Yeah, it looks
they really do seem orderly. And if this continues...
I'm just worried about the crowd. You can see it looks at all the...
So I find that the security agencies are well positioned all around the voting area, so to ensure that nobody crosses paths where they shouldn't. And I think that's the crowd that we see here from the image picture before us. Because if you look closely at the boxes, there's no crowd. Looks like a single file. You just file in, cast your